Hello everybody, welcome, happy New Year's Eve. This is NST, and we're coming to you live from Jonesboro. I'm on my way to West Memphis. I'm slightly behind schedule because I left the gift cards and the bag of socks at the house, and I got across town. I don't live in a big town, but still having to turn around and go back. It delayed me like 15 minutes. So I was planning on being in West Memphis at 11:30 Central so that we would go live from there, but that just did not happen. So I can't read your comments right now. I'm on the interstate and I'm solo, so there's nobody here to read comments at the moment. So just enjoy the ride with me if you don't mind, or if you don't have anything else going, if you want to watch some other channels, I get it. But I would like for you to hang out with me and us. So currently, I'm on the south side, or really not south, I'd call this the east side of Jonesboro, coming into Truman in just a moment, Poinsett County. So I'll be over in Crittenden County next after Poinsett County. I'm just a county away, and it'll take me approximately 20 to 30 minutes to get there. So we should make West Memphis just before the start of the new year. I hope everybody's doing well. I've enjoyed reading your comments about the lives and the videos that have been put out recently, and as most of you know, I put out a few of them today, for sure. I'll give y'all something to watch. Now, I have a new toy. I liken it to say that I bought this for myself for Christmas or something like that, right? But what is it? It's a Crittenden police scanner. And it's not just any old police scanner. It's like the top of the line Cadillac series. Now, this is probably going to get technical and quite honestly too nerdy for the most of y'all, so I apologize in advance. But especially for you older folks, you probably remember a time when there wasn't a digital signal, there was analog. Everything was analog. Really, you can equate your car stereo system to just nothing more than a police scanner, because FM radio waves are 87.9 through 108 megahertz. So, your conventional car stereo picks up a very narrow scope of the frequencies, and all a radio station is just broadcasting a signal. Your car radio is nothing more than a police scanner. It can pick up that frequency. All right, so before Arkansas upgraded, most of the police agencies and public safety agencies in Arkansas used a radio system that was some of the megahertz were in the 100s and some of them were in the 400s. And I have a clear memory of when my first police scanner was in the 1980s. My grandfather gave it to me as a Christmas gift back when you had to use crystals. They're just little pronged little, I don't really know what you would call them, but they're like little diodes or something. They have two prongs and they plug into a slot, and you could buy them at Radio Shack back then. And so if you wanted to listen to, like, for instance, Little Rock Police Dispatch, where you'd go to Radio Shack and you'd tell them you needed a crystal that was programmed for that frequency, and they would sell it to you, and you would go and you would just insert it into an available slot on the back of your scanner. Now, my scanner that my grandfather gifted me, it had 8 channels, and it was a nice wood grain looking police scanner too. It had a nice wood grain finish to it, manufactured by Radio Shack. And I had the Metropolitan EMS, as well as Little Rock Fire and Little Rock Police in the late 80s. And I grew up as a child listening to those frequencies. My second police scanner, if we're going to talk about that, was gifted to me again as another gift, another Christmas in the early 90s. But this one had the capabilities. It was instead of it being a manual or an analog scanner, it had a little crystal display on it. You could type in numbers and whatnot. Well, back in the day, back in like the mid 90s, before digital cell phones were analog. They used 900 megahertz as their frequency for dialing out and receiving calls. And my scanner had the ability to monitor those frequencies before the United States government made it illegal. But my scanner was sold prior to them blocking that ability. Well, I was 13 years old listening to University of Central Arkansas students talking on their prehistoric cell phones from the mid-90s, okay? And what do you think I did at 13? It was fascinating. And the likes of conversation that you would hear, yeah, I mean, if you're 13 years old and you don't have anything else to do, why not listen to other people talk? And they sure did talk. I'll let your imagination run wild with maybe some of the conversations I might have overheard from college students at the university that were a mile away from my apartment at the time, and I had the ability to monitor the airwaves and listen to their phone calls. Now, cell phones have gone to a digital format now, so you don't have to worry. Your cell phone conversations are not being listened to by me. Now, I'm not going to say someone else like the government or the FBI or who knows who is listening. I can't speak on that. But I can tell you that this guy with his prehistoric scanner can no longer pick you up as you talk on your phone. So you need not worry about that so much now. Now, I brought all that up to mention that the Central Arkansas, well, not Central Arkansas, but most Arkansas agencies were on a different frequency. They were on the 100s or the 400s. I remember, like, Conway Police Department in particular. I grew up for a few years in Conway, and theirs was like a 453, 453 megahertz, or 455. It was something like that, right in that band. Now, some county radios and some city police departments still use the old systems that they've had in place for many years. Quite frankly, they're cheap. They're cheaper to operate. They've already been in service for many years. Now, let's talk about when Arkansas went digital. So it was like year 2002, 2003, something like that. The Arkansas legislature voted on digitalizing a statewide radio network, and that's how AWIN was formed, the Arkansas Wireless Information Network. AWIN is the acronym. Now, I don't know how many tower sites are across Arkansas, but there's typically 1 or 2 tower sites in every single county in Arkansas. There's 75 counties, so you do the math. It's going to be somewhere in the neck of 100 to 120 tower sites. It's somewhere in there. Now, those tower sites, the grounds and the air conditioners and the generators are maintained by the Arkansas State Police, and I don't know who maintains the equipment, if that's some division within the state or not. Probably. I'm not sure who. Now, I bring that up to say that I've got this brand new police scanner, and you can pick up some frequencies. I mean, some channels that are not encoded, which means you can actually listen to them. Now, a lot of police agencies nowadays have encoded their transmissions, meaning that you can have the capabilities to listen, but they've got it blocked so that you cannot listen unless you have a key. And I don't know that they're going to give you that, because they don't do that. So yeah, you can't listen. Now, as an example, I do know that you can listen to the state police troops. They do not encrypt their transmissions. So if you have a scanner that is a digital scanner, it's able to pick up the digital bands in Arkansas, well, then you can listen to any of the state police troops. Now, for you out-of-staters, or for you Arkansans that do not have a digital police scanner, which is probably 95% of you, I would recommend you check out Broadcastify, which is a division of Radio Reference. So if either one, type in radioreference.com or go to broadcastify.com, and you can click into Arkansas if you choose, or your home state, wherever you're at, and narrow in on what frequencies are available for you to listen to. And not all of them are on there because it takes a host. I've been looking into hosting potentially a channel, because what it basically is it's a collaborative of people that have these digital scanners that live in an area, and they intercept the radio transmission and then basically rebroadcast it on the internet for all of our listening pleasure. So if you see a channel on Broadcastify, someone has been generous enough to rebroadcast the signal. Like, they're doing that for your viewing pleasure or your listening pleasure. So not all the channels are available. But if you were like in Arkansas right now and you had a digital scanner, you could pick up a lot more than what you can find on Broadcastify. That's my whole point. That's what I'm trying to say. confess that I've been playing with the scanner, and I've been able to get it to pick up state police, but I haven't really tried to do it in West Memphis yet. So what I've done behind the scenes, which you don't even know, is I've got my laptop with me and a tethering cable, and I've got the program on my laptop to program this scanner. So I might have to pull over in a parking lot and do some on-the-spot programming, but otherwise we're going to give it a shot, and we're going to try to listen. I'm on Interstate 555. I'd say I'm at the halfway point between Jonesboro and the Interstate 55 split to go to Marion. I'll be able to check some of your messages in just a minute, and I'm just trying to get down the road before midnight. I imagine that we will be picking up some radio traffic before too much longer. Now, I'll tell you, I'm not a scanner expert, even though I've had one for most of my life. If you were a state trooper or a law enforcement agent in this state that had a digital radio, which most do, your radio has the ability to pick up the closest radio tower automatically. Now, I don't know if that's possible with the scanner, because I haven't really gotten that far. So what I've done is I've programmed this scanner to pick up the tower that serves Crittenden County, and I've got it programmed to do that, but we haven't gotten to Crittenden County yet. So I'm imagining at some point we're going to start hearing radio traffic. Coming into a town called Marked Tree. For you to know Interstate 555, I'm at exit 14 Marked Tree, so you know I'm getting close to Interstate 55. A lot of police out here tonight. I sure have seen them coming down. There was an injury accident at the Lawrence-Greene County line a minute ago on 63. It looked like somebody ran off the road and their car caught on fire, and the fire department was out there putting it out. I'm not sure if it was a fatality or not. I don't have any details. I just happened upon it on my way down. wonder how many of y'all have been to West Memphis. Tyronza. And so I'm coming into this little town called Tyronza, which I've actually stopped in Tyronza before. And that is close to the county line. We'll be coming into Crittenden County, which is the whole point of this live stream. I want to show you West Memphis. So I see that there are 135 of you in chat right now. If you're here and you're tuning in, I appreciate you chilling with us tonight here at Natural State Transparency. It is 20 minutes before midnight, Central Standard Time. You had a choice tonight, and you could have watched anything on the YouTubes or conventional TV, and you're choosing to tune in to this. So that's cool. It's appreciated. I'm not going to do these live streams if you're not interested in it, so the fact that you're even here, that's a good sign. Makes me want to do more of them. So, in other news, from my last live stream debacle with the phone holder that 20 minutes before going live decided to blow apart. Literally the plastic nut just split in half, so you couldn't tighten it down. You know? And rubber, I had to use rubber bands. It was just, it was silly. So, not knowing what to order, I just got on Amazon and started looking for better car phone holder. And the one that I'm using tonight, and now keep in mind I'm driving, so it's kind of hard for me to take my eyes off the road, really study it too much, but before going live, I put just my camera there you are, you're back. It's a little patch of not real good cell service right through here. Anyway, long story short, I was just saying, I was able to do a little checking tonight before going live with my new phone holder, and it doesn't look like it's vibrating at all. So that's a victory that we found a phone holder that works. It's a little more durable. Now, if you will just notice on your screen, I'm at mile marker 6. That means 6 miles away from Interstate 55. And if you'll notice on your screen, the sky is going to start lighting up a little more because I'm going to be getting closer and closer to Memphis. you'll actually start to see the skylights on the horizon as I get closer. Now, for the ones that have never had the privilege of driving through Arkansas or West Memphis in particular, West Memphis is a unique place, or Crittenden County. We need to really just call it the whole county, because Marion is also there too. So Marion and West Memphis, Crittenden County in far east Arkansas. You have to cross over. There's two vehicular bridges you can cross into the Tennessee. One's on Interstate 55, the other was Interstate 40. So as you know, or maybe you didn't know, Memphis, or West Memphis in Crittenden County, is a major trucking operation. It's a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365-day-a-year operation. It's like Vegas. The trucking industry doesn't sleep and it doesn't stop. It's a 24/7 deal. So, of course, there's some unique problems associated with that. Traffic, roads, human trafficking, drugs, smuggling. And West Memphis sure gets all of that. Pursuits. How many times have you seen a Pursuit Friday where West Memphis police were in pursuit, state police takes primary, and they chase them to the Tennessee line? How many times have you seen that? I know you've seen it more than once. Come on now. Okay, we are officially... Ooh, we got some radio traffic. So I'm officially picking up the Shell Lake the Shell Lake Tower site, which serves... Oh, that's great. That makes me happy. All right, that's great. So the Tower site in West Memphis area that serves West Memphis and Crittenden County, it's called Shell Lake. So I'm in the range now of Shell Lake Tower as my scanner is now picking up the Crittenden County Sheriff's Office. I've got Crittenden County Sheriff, Marion PD, and West Memphis PD and State Police Troop D. So if anything's happening in West Memphis tonight, I should be made aware of it as we get closer. I'm about 15 minutes away from Memphis. By the time it's the ball's dropping, I'm going to be coming into West Memphis. Get to looking at some of your comments in a minute when I get up here and get situated.
My number 819-830-918 819-830. Holiday April 930 valid to the lobby of shortly reconciliation guidelines and immigration 724 on traffic. No NCIC, no numbers.
If anybody's been watching my live streams lately, I am in my newer car because it is cold outside. I did not drive the truck. It's too cold. Too cold to drive the truck tonight. It was slightly windy. We had a cold front move through Arkansas the last day or two. It's been pretty cold here the last couple of days for sure. Okay, you can tell if you're looking, you can kind of tell the city lights are illuminating the skyline now.
It's betting show quick you want to give. Quick win 619 now. You copy. True.
Coming into Jericho. Long time ago, I knew the police chief from Jericho when he went to the police academy back in 2007. I doubt that he's the police chief now. He used to be Memphis PD before he became the police chief over here in this small little town. Problem is, I never called him anything but Chief. I couldn't even tell you what his name was, and that's so sad that I don't remember. Chief, that's what we called him. Fun guy. So we're passing Jericho. We are in Crittenden County right now. So when we get past Jericho, we'll eventually be coming into Marion. I will likely cross into Memphis. even though this is natural state and we primarily focus on Arkansas, I'll probably go ahead and cross into downtown Memphis for a minute. Even though I'm a lifelong Arkansan and pretty much was a lifelong Central Arkansan until just 8 months ago, Memphis is closer to my new residence than Little Rock. So I have been going to Memphis quite more than usual. I don't care. I know that there's a lot of discussion right now about how dangerous Memphis is, and I'm well aware of that. And, you know, if I were telling some out-of-stater that wanted to come visit, I would tell them to be cautious while in Memphis, but I don't view Memphis any differently as I ever did before. It's always been the same to me, and you just got to use some common sense. Crime can happen anywhere you're at, so it's false to think that it can't. So, you know, it can happen in Memphis, it can happen in Little Rock, it can happen in Jonesboro, wherever. You need to be aware of your surroundings. Be a little less in a hurry. Be a little bit more diligent about noticing your surroundings. That'll help you not be a victim. Have a plan. Okay, now we're coming into Marion. So Marion is just north of West Memphis. They're almost twin cities. They're just, I think they share a common line maybe. So Marion has the hotels and the eating establishments. Minutes to midnight. Now, I will tell you that we are about to pass a way station on the right after we pass this exit. And so let's talk about some particular troopers that work right over here. This is Crittenden County. So some of you guys, if you watch my videos enough, you've seen these troopers and supervisors out here working. So we know Sergeant Roberts, that's D4. You've seen him in some chases. Donnie Cheers, Trooper Donnie Cheers, he's the D25. There's some police right there on the right. Who is this? Is that Marion? It says police. Marion Police right there on the right. So here's the way station. But it's always closed, but that doesn't mean the troopers don't hang out there. They sure do. See if there's a trooper over there right now. No.
Black Chevrolet
3 minutes to midnight, and I just crossed into West Memphis.
Check. It's on the channel of it. Okay, thank you for that.
All right. We are here.
Out of service. Hey.
I see some cars over at the Crittenden County Jail. They're busy. The Crittenden County Jail's just right over there to the left, right off the picture. I just saw some fireworks. Oh man, they're like letting them off. Oh, I'm just gonna have to get off the interstate and show you this. One minute to midnight. And we're coming to you live from the streets of West Memphis. Last minute of 2023. Roll these windows down. You're probably going to hear a bunch of gunfire here any second. Sergeant Glenn Bailey. I didn't know Sergeant Glenn Bailey had a street named after him. I know that because I used to work at the state police, and Sergeant Glenn Bailey is a trooper that passed. Apparently they named a street after him. Well, guys, it's midnight, which means it's now officially 2024, so happy 2024 to you. If you were Central Standard Time, if you were Mountain or Pacific Time, then it's not yet. That's a pretty Christmas display. I'm going to slow down. Oh, wow. That is quite extensive. I'm going to go do the block here and go look at this some more. Who just did a 1024? What? Who what? Ooh, gunfire. Yeah. There you go, West Memphis. Let's show out. Oh, yeah. Little automatic gunfire in the distance. That's nice. Got some fireworks. Want to go towards the fireworks that I just saw. Oh, yeah.
I'm out of service, baby.
Oh man. Yeah, it's definitely going down.
Bench.
Happy New Year. Ooh, it's cold. I'm gonna roll my ooh. Alright, so I'm slow rolling on Graham. For any of y'all. Oh, there's some fireworks. Can y'all see those fireworks? Hang on. Well, you know what? I'm not trying to get shot, y'all, so there's that. Kind of goes without saying. But I'm not trying to get shot, so I wasn't really trying to mesh myself in the resident. Ooh, the resident. Ooh.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
Look at those fireworks. Somebody's showing out. Hold on. Let me get y'all zoomed in there.
Over. Whoa, 2 dispatch. Super.
Check.
You get over here, Cleveland? Yeah, they come out the back door with whole crowd over here around it.
Marion police are discussing a whole crowd of them. I don't know what that is referencing. Check some of your comments in just a second. West Memphis Public Library. It's a nice facility. So I'm on the main drag. This is East Broadway, so this is probably US 70.
226, 402, 410. Do y'all need additional? Well, if you can bring the other guys over here where it's Sherwood, they're making it sound like it's Fallujah.
The Marion officer says it sounds like Fallujah right now. That was hilarious. So there you have it. It sounds like a war zone in Marion right now. Marion, Arkansas sounds like Fallujah. Well, I'm in front of West Memphis Police Department right now and didn't even know it. I bet Little Rock's going crazy right now. Are any of y'all from Little Rock? How bad is it right now? My Pulaski County folks out there. I'm gonna pull up your comments in a second here. It's the West Memphis Police Department right here on the right.
Approaching a railroad crossing.
West Memphis PD.
605, you're requesting a deputy at the jail, 350 Afco Road. They're advising that
They're advising what?
Okay, we're all here. We'll go back to chat. 625, be direct also.
All right, let's try to figure out what we got going on. Check some of your comments now. Hey, Adrian. Oh, what's up with the focus? Why is that doing that? No. There we go. It's a little bit more focused. Okay, I got your comments right here. And where are the... Hold on. Where's that? Yeah, I know my cam's out of focus. I just got it back into focus though. Hey, you want to know how you get pulled over by the West Memphis Police Department? You sit like I am on the side of the road. They got bigger and better things to do than to mess with me right now. I'm not drunk. Go find somebody that is. Well, so why does this keep going out of focus? Go back into focus.
605, you got traffic. About to do. Chat.
I'm gonna mess with this camera right quick so I can get it back into focus. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me get a little more of my hood and then it will not do that. Now. So West Memphis has this highway. This is US 70, and it goes all the way to Little Rock. And this is before there were interstates. This was the way to Little Rock from Memphis. This highway I'm on. That's why this is the old part of West Memphis. Now, West Memphis has a casino now. It used to just have a dog track, but they've upgraded it now to a casino, and they got rid of the dog track part of it. So, Southland is the casino. Sure is a pretty Christmas display right there. Wish I could just show you that a little better. It sure is nice on the left. It's elaborate. I probably can show you. Here, let me pull in here. I'm at Missouri and McCain. Of course. Oh, here comes the Popo. Flying. The Popo's flying. He must be going to Marion. He must be going to the war zone in Fallujah.
Unconfirmed, no NCIC.
It is nice to see that they have a Dixie Queen over here in West Memphis. That's a Memphis chain, and they have really good food. So I just learned something new today about West Memphis. Okay, so this broadcast does serve a purpose besides me just aimlessly driving around and showing you West Memphis. I have my gift cards and socks.
Next one will be Mississippi, Bravo Lima Delta 7, or correction, Bravo Lima Delta 57.
And I can tell you that
out of Mississippi.
West Memphis has
Approaching
got
the railroad crossing.
homeless folks too, just like any other place. Now, if you look,
Bravo Lima Delta.
I don't have it zoomed in very well, but if you notice to your left, well, first of all, I'm running parallel to Interstate 40 right now. But if you notice the tower to your left, that is the casino. Now let me tell you why that matters. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna double back and go this way. And we're gonna go drop by that casino because if you've watched my channel for any amount of time, you will notice that the Arkansas State Police happens to notice a lot of traffic infractions around Southland Drive, which is the road that gets you to the casino. Now, why do you think that might be? Because there are a lot of people that go to the casino and have fun. Some of them do some drinking. Some of them have a hotel down the road. But they make the unfortunate choice to drive drunk to get to that hotel, and the state trooper's waiting on them a block away from the exit of the casino. Like this stretch right here, you might find you a couple of state troopers just in this little stretch. I'm on Southland Drive. You will notice the casino is now to your right. That is one massive parking deck attached to it. So we're on Southland Drive, and if you were looking for a DWI in Crittenden County, you found the road for it right here. This is the road. Don't yawn, don't yawn, don't yawn, don't yawn, don't yawn. I might have to go get a cup of coffee. Yep. I didn't take an afternoon nap. I've been up since early this morning. Okay. This place is busy. This place is real busy. Lots of trucker parking too back here behind the casino. Let's turn right here and just kind of mosey on over to the front. See if we see any of our D-Troop law enforcement friends out here working. This is busy. There's a steady stream of cars leaving. Yeah, I'm thinking I gotta stop and get a cup of coffee or something. I need it. East or west on 40? I think I'm gonna go east. Actually, yeah, let's do this. Donnie Cheers made a traffic stop in that parking lot on the left. I've seen it. I did the episode. I made the video. There is a lot of traffic right now around West Memphis. So the place where most of the truckers are going to be at is actually down here on ML King Drive. I've got another police right here. Who is that? He turned it all off. Who is that? West Memphis PD? So that was West Memphis PD on the opposite service road, running lights, but he cut all that off. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to run down here to Martin Luther King. That's where the truck stops are. Check some of your comments. I'm going to stop and run in here, grab a small cup of coffee, and kind of wake up again. That car's been sideswiped. All right. Martin Luther King. And the question I have is, which truck stop do I stop at tonight?
Approaching a railroad crossing.
Flying J, Petro, Loves, or Pilot?
Not go with Weasley for a minute.
Hmm. I'm not a fan of any of their coffee. I like McDonald's. But
I have a house number here.
probably mosey over here to the Pilot. Okay. NST is going to go acquire a very small cup of coffee and utilize the boys' room for a second, and I'll be back in just a minute. You guys will hang out, leave the radio on, maybe you can hear a good call. Alright, back in a minute. You know, rumor has it this truck stop Pilot has my bumper sticker slapped on it somewhere, but I'm not sure where. That's just the rumor, though. It's what I heard. It's because I started my car back up. It automatically connected to the car. Breaker 19. Can my viewers hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, yes. Check. Yes, yes. Can you hear me? Hey, we're back. Okay, good. Isaac, are you close to me right now? I'm at Martin Luther King and 40. Where are you? Well, Roger on the I'm at home, but I'm kind of frustrated. Nothing seems to be happening over here in West Memphis. I thought tonight there would be something crazy happening in West Memphis. Maybe I need to wait another hour or two. That's probably what I should have done. Let me prop my tablet like that. Want to get Waffle House in Germantown. Okay. Well, that's a possibility. Waffle House. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to go do. I want to know when the people run from the state troopers and they get to the last mile of Interstate 40 before it goes into Tennessee. People have jumped from the bridge. I've actually have more than one pursuit video where they've jumped from the bridge. And I always said that if I came to West Memphis, like, I was going to try to find that road underneath that bridge where the folks jump. But in order for me to do that, I got to look at my map, and I can't do that driving.
Yeah.
What kind of units back here from the DC? Letters still need us.
Hang on just a minute. Let me see something here.
Of assistance on Sherwood.
Maybe just like we're good.
So there's 55.
Shoot.
It's 40 though. It's the 40 bridge. Let's see, how do you get over there? Yeah. Like, how would you get there? Oh, you're no fun. Not you, Isaac. I'm talking to my car. You're no fun. Golly, I'd have to go. Is that really how I'd have to go way out of my way to go? I guess I'm not. So that's why none of the police go under there, because you have to go way out of your way to get under that bridge. I'm not even going to attempt it tonight. I'll Thought I would, but nah. Look at all the truckers. Now, West Memphis is like one of the main truck hubs in the country. There's trucks everywhere, and this is just one small parking lot. Way everywhere here. Thank you, Brenda. Happy New Year to you also. And for everybody that is in the room with us tonight, Happy New Year. Let's make 2024 way better than 2023. The great thing is you just got a fresh start right now, just like I did. So it's a clean slate. You can make 2024 a much better year. But you got to have the right mindset. You got to have the right attitude. Now, I know things have been tough for a lot of people, so I'm not taking anything away from that. But if you want 2024 to be your better year, you have to speak it into existence. Well, there's the Deluxe Inn. I'm not sure what exactly is deluxe about it. Next door to the Express Inn. So the Deluxe Inn is next door to the Express Inn. I'm not real sure what's express about this place. Nobody hanging out. It's too cold. Big ass pothole I just hit. That's nice. And then there's the American Inn and Suites. You know, as opposed to the non-American Inn and Suites. We'll go cruise through their parking lot. There's just nothing happening in this little place. There's no ladies outside or pimps or anything to that effect. I am going to mosey my way back down to the truck row, and I didn't really pull into the truck stops enough to see if anybody was just hanging out. Maybe give them a gift card if I can see if there's a struggling person there. Let's go back around here. So this is truly the trucker exit right now. I'm still on Martin Luther King and Interstate 40. Truly a 24-hour little city right in here. All right, let's check it out. What we got going on? Let's see if we have any movement. Anybody walking around, loitering, whatnot. Yeah, well, I don't see anybody out here. How can I get a bumper sticker? The link to get a bumper sticker is in the comments of most of the videos that I've released for at least the last 2 months. If you can't find it there, click the video description on any of the videos. It should be there. Speaking of bumper stickers. West Memphis fire. We're going to go in just a second.
Turn next right, then make the second right turn.
Okay. Oh, West Memphis. I can't even tell you the last time I just came to West Memphis and drove around. I don't usually come here and just drive around. I drive through West Memphis, or I will stop and get fuel because it's cheap. Now, I don't think every single person should just come out here and go drive around all the time and stuff, especially on New Year's. I admit that I'm at a little bit more of a substantial risk because of drunk drivers and whatnot. But with anything, you have a choice and I have a choice. And I'm choosing to drive around right now, trying to be careful. So the West Memphis Fire Department went to the casino. They're at the front door. They must have had somebody hit it big. They had a heart attack or something, who knows. You know what? Bob, who just said that? Stan. I actually did Uber for a year when it first came to Little Rock. I need to go to Missouri Street, so let me go back up here. Traffic is not as bad as I thought it would be for West Memphis. I totally agree with that. Okay. So I'm back on Missouri Street, so I'm actually turn where? Turn on Glenn Bailey Drive. Sergeant Glenn Bailey. State Police, Sergeant Glenn Bailey, he was killed in the line of duty. And they named a street after him here in West Memphis. That was cool. I didn't know that. We're actually on Trooper Bailey's street right now. Sergeant Glenn Bailey. I am going to the post office. I'm going to mail these bumper stickers off that I brought with me. When you asked me how do you get one, you literally reminded me I brought them all with me to mail. Now, I don't think that I probably have many Leos watching right now because it's busy. But if you're an East Arkansas Leo and you're 10-8 and you're bored and you're not working hard, then and only then, if you want to meet up with me and say a shout out to my viewers, I'm sure they'd love it. You can text me at 501
28th Street.
Hold on, let me turn that down.
Lights no longer on.
501-499-9100. Again, that is 501-499-9100. If you want to text me, tell me, hey, I'm in this parking lot and want to swing through for a second, that'd be pretty cool. I need to go over here. So I have found the post office in West Memphis. I've never used this post office. I don't like to put my letters in the drop box outside.
20, I can repeat.
Negative. Adult contact 468 0. Am I?
So you're going to have to pardon me for a second while I run in here and drop these off. I'm just not a big fan of mailing stuff in the outdoor box.
No record. Clear. Is this on the Sherwood Cove call?
Checking it.
So, if you ordered a bumper sticker in the last 2 days, yesterday and today, your bumper sticker just went out in the mail in West Memphis. And I do quite a bit of bumper stickers. So yeah, what you just saw was only literally 24 hours worth. You should see what it looks like after Pursuit Friday. Big stacks. There goes some more
410, just let you show me back in from Sherwood Cove.
West Memphis
Showing you back in
police.
at 055.
It's just really not much going on over here in West Memphis. I really thought that by now there would be traffic stops everywhere, and I thought I'd get profiled. I thought some cop would pull me over by now. It's kind of what I was thinking. Just hadn't happened. I don't charge for the bumper stickers. They're free. They are free. So we're going to sit over here for a second while I look at some of your comments. I'm over here at the back door to the West Memphis Police Department. The building you're looking at in front of you is West Memphis PD. It looks like it used to be a bank because it has a drive-through. And maybe when this was a bank, it went out of business and West Memphis PD probably got it cheap, moved in over here. It's interesting, they've gone with the new color scheme on their cars. They used to have white units that had West Memphis Police on there. Now they're black units.
Units be in at I ran some APs right now, information for report.
All units back in. Information for report.
Tried driving blacked out. Yeah, I wouldn't try. It just wouldn't take long. I can assure you, if I start driving around here blacked out, I'm going to get pulled over quick. I don't think I want that. Here goes some more West Memphis police. He's a pitmeister. He's got his cattle guard on the front. Y'all watch enough of my videos, you know a pursuit can pop off at any moment here in West Memphis. You know this to be true. Don't even act like I'm lying, because I'm not. Okay, so I'm on Broadway, which is kind of like the main drag. The business district, if you will, the older section of West Memphis. Again, if you're just now joining us, I am in West Memphis, Crittenden County, doing a live stream. This particular street that I'm on is the 100-year-old highway, so a lot of these buildings that you see are older buildings. This is the older section of town. Prior to President Eisenhower initiating the interstate highway system in the mid-1950s, there was a United States highway system of routes, which you commonly have heard of Route 66. Well, this is technically Route 70 from those 100-year-old highways, as I call them, like the 100-year-old highways. And I love these highways. I love them because they're rich in history. If you look around here at all these old buildings, you start to let your mind get away from you a little bit. You start remembering what they, kind of imagining what they could have been. And the 20th century motel right here.
Dispatch.
That's nice.
We called this in, and one time we checked back in.
Yeah, but anyway, so I like traveling the old highway. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm a history guy, so driving the old highway is fun because I like to see the old buildings. Uh-oh, we got a troll. Have we got a troll?
402 dispatch. The only vehicle towed from over there was M1.
Check.
Hey, Eugene, fake government audits, you cowards! You can go out. You can go elsewhere. If I need to pull the car over and block you, I will. But then you could also just excuse yourself. But you're probably not an adult. So I'm going to have to do the adult thing, right? Because you're acting like a child. That's okay. I'm going to do the adult thing. You see me pulling over. Don't make me pull this car over. Yeah, I know y'all got him, but I can do something else you can't. I can actually block him, and he goes away, and I never see him ever again. See? That's something I can do. Well.
No, sir.
Y'all do me a favor.
15 out of service, 102.
When he comes back into the room after the timeout, don't block him or time him out again. Let me do it. Because he will inevitably say something else because he's a child. But because y'all did that, I can't do it. So next time he comes back in, don't even do it. I got it. Let me hit him. I'll just show him the door. And I hate having to be that way, y'all. I want everybody to be able to chill in the room and talk and enjoy themselves, you know? But just have some respect. Damn. Just have some respect. I gotta wait 86,000 seconds. Yeah. So, I'm at the end of US 70, so I know this to be true. US 70 used to cross over into Memphis, and it was a wooden bridge that vehicles and pedestrians could walk across, and they replaced it in 1949 with the current bridge that's the Interstate 55 bridge that again crosses into Memphis from West Memphis in Arkansas. And as a matter of fact, we are just going to hop right on the freeway and take that bridge right now. So, we're on that last stretch of Interstate 55 before you cross into Memphis. And if you will notice straight ahead, it will become more apparent as you're watching. You will see the bridge come into further view. Now, I did a pursuit this last Friday, and the pursuit went through here. I told y'all there's only two ways to get to Memphis from here. There's 40 and 55, and I'm on one of the two. I'm on 55. So it's unfortunate the amount of pursuits that come through here, but they do. As some criminals like to make their grand escape towards Tennessee and Memphis, because they know that if they can get to Memphis, they're pretty much home free, unless they've shot a cop. That's about the only way that it wouldn't happen. Anything less than them shooting a cop means they get to escape. If they shot a cop, I think the state police would continue on pursuing. Is this the bridge that they jumped from? Well, I don't know if anybody's jumped from this bridge. I know the Interstate 40 bridge they've jumped off. It's like this stretch right here just before you get to the bridge. So right now, I'm on the older of the two bridges. This bridge was built in 1949. And it's reduced down to one lane. And there's been discussion in the news the last couple of weeks that the city of Memphis has announced that they're going to replace this bridge in the next 5 years. So this bridge is nearing the end of its service life. As again, it's been reduced to one lane. And I don't know why it's been reduced to one lane. I don't know what's up with that, but it has. When they discovered a fracture rather, in the Interstate 40 bridge, it's actually the Hernando de Soto bridge for Interstate 40. This bridge was the only bridge that was open. And it's just horribly outdated. it's time for them to work on replacing this bridge. This traffic that's right off the bridge, though, right through here is horrible. They're redoing this whole thing. So now we're in Memphis. Oh my Lord, we are in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Memphis. It's after midnight. I'm going to cuss a little bit. I can't even lie. Because what I want to tell you is this. For as much shit that is talked about Memphis, because it is, there's a lot talked about Memphis. There's also some amazing, cool places here. You can't let Memphis scare you away because it's not just all bad. Memphis is like the big brother to Little Rock, though. Okay, I need to go the other direction. Let me work on that real quick. Let me work on going the proper direction. We'll head back to Arkansas in a minute. Which is worse, Memphis or Little Rock? Well, with the exception of the last 8 months, because I moved to Northeast Arkansas 8 months ago, I am a lifelong Central Arkansas resident. And with, like I said, the exception of 8 months in Northeast Arkansas. So I feel like I can speak on these matters about which one is safer, Memphis or Little Rock. Memphis is Little Rock's big brother. So if it's happening in Little Rock, it's been happening in Memphis for a lot longer. Let me say it that way. Now, Memphis and Little Rock are only an hour and a half away. So if you're on the interstate from Little Rock, you can be in Memphis, like I said, in an hour and a half. It's just not far. It's not that far away, really. It's not that long of a trip. So there's a lot of folks that travel from Memphis to Little Rock for, there's car clubs and whatnot. I'm not knocking them. Look, there's a lot of car clubs. People enjoy showing off what they've got. There are classic car clubs, and there's also some car clubs that feature muscle cars like Challengers and Dodge Chargers and whatnot. And I don't think that all those are bad. I think that some of those car clubs do more than others negatively. Some of those car clubs attract folks from Memphis. They come from Memphis to Little Rock. Some of those car club members like to use AR-15s and AK-47s out in parking lots. They like to do their donuts and cause havoc. So, Memphis, a lot of them come from Memphis to Little Rock. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like, so we have, like, it's like I said, Memphis and Little Rock, they have a lot of influence on each other. So which one's worse? Memphis. But Little Rock isn't that far behind them. Because Little Rock takes notes from their big brother, I can have you know. I've been calling Little Rock Little Memphis forever. It's like a slang term. So am I a cop? I'm not a cop. Whoever asked that. Nope, not a cop. Nope. I am not. I'm a concerned citizen who brings you videos. That's what I am. Now, Memphis, just, you know, Isaac, feel free to chime in, because you know more about Memphis than I do. But Memphis really is broken down into, I mean, just like with any major city, Memphis has its areas. The south side of Memphis, quote unquote, is the hood. I mean, I'm just saying quote unquote, it's the hood. You know, if we're talking like Winchester, Elvis Presley Boulevard, Holmes Street, what else? What am I missing? Just anything down that way. Highway 61, US 61 that goes to Tunica, that little stretch. It's the poorer part of town. It's the more depressed part of town that has a lot more dilapidated structures, and it's an unfortunate situation for the residents that live in those areas, because I don't pass judgment on folks. You got a lot of good folks that live in bad neighborhoods. They can't afford to move. That doesn't mean they're all bad folks. They just can't afford to move. So I'm kind of cautious about calling an area the hood or the ghetto, because I feel like it insults the good people that still remain in those areas that can't move, or they're stuck, or, you know, they're just trying to mind their own business. Yeah, Jackson Avenue for sure. Oh, Fraser. Now, Fraser's to the north. And I've wondered about Fraser, because I've not really driven around Fraser much. If anybody wants to know exactly where I'm at currently, I'm at Trigg Avenue in Florida, in Memphis, Tennessee, but I'm about to come back to Arkansas. I'm just slow rolling it back to 40. But yeah, you know, I really don't, I don't like it when people insult an entire area of town and they just trash it, because the truth is, I mean, even in Little Rock, like an example of an area that has a bad reputation is the Rose City neighborhood of North Little Rock. That's a good example. And I've heard people say, well, we should just bomb Rose City and start over. No, we shouldn't do that either. Every area has a poorer part of town. I wonder, I've been wondering if Memphis is going to turn itself around soon. In the next 5 years. What's going to happen to Memphis, Tennessee in 5 years? What are your thoughts? All you people that are commenting about Memphis, what do you think is going to happen to this town, this great city of Memphis, Tennessee in the next 5 years? Do you think it's just going to continue to go to shit? Or is it going to figure out its way to get back on top of things? I just recently saw a news story about Memphis and the guy was speculating that he thought that Memphis would be an up-and-comer type place in the next 5 years. And I was kind of wondering if that guy, have you lived in Memphis? I mean, do you even know what you're talking about? Up-and-coming place in the next 5 years, really. I wish. I pull for Memphis. I really do. I'm one who really wants to see this city over here get its act back together and, try to help address some of the systemic issues that keep holding it down. Poverty, by and large, is a major problem over here. And with poverty comes drugs. So what are your comments? Let's see. Yeah, now the leadership agree. I agree. Leadership has lacked in Memphis for years. Now, any of you guys, I don't know that y'all know a lot about the local Memphis history, but there was the Ford family. Remember the Fords from, I don't know, when was that, the 90s and the 2000s, when there was Mayor Ford and there was some book scandal up here, like some Department of Education book scandal that the Fords were involved in. Something like that. Been years of corruption. No, I know. I hear you on that, Don. It's sad. And if you've worked in the area for 30 years, then you've seen it just go to shit in the 30 years you've been. It's not gotten any better. It's just continuously gotten worse. That's a pretty view right there. That sure is a pretty view. I can't really zoom that in. I'm in Tom Lee Park. Tom Lee Park is to the left. That hugs the river. Now, for anybody that knows anything about Memphis, Tom Lee Park was the site of Memphis in May. They held their festival there, and then last year it got so out of hand that the park got so damaged and trashed that this year they just called off Memphis in May, and it just didn't happen, which I thought was crap. Now, I saw ZZ Top play over here for Memphis in May. I wish I could show you this. I can't, there's not a turn. Let me see if I can go up here and turn in here. I sure do miss Memphis in May, though. God, I'd love to come over here. That was one of our things is living in Arkansas. We would talk about all year long being able to go to Memphis in May, because it was such a big music festival compared to what we had in Little Rock even. all the locals know about Memphis in May. I wish there was a way I could turn in there. I want to show y'all something. If I don't know that there's a turn. Speed bumps are annoying. Okay, can I turn here? This is Beale Street. You've heard of Beale Street. I'm passing Beale Street. There's really not a way to turn in there. Well, anyway, so basically, if you could look to the left, that's the Mississippi River. And I told y'all that I saw ZZ Top at Memphis in May. Well, when I was out there watching ZZ Top jam, there was a thunderstorm system that was moving in from the east. From the west. It was coming in from Arkansas to Tennessee, and it was a tornado-warned storm, and they set the tornado sirens off in Memphis, and so we were out there watching ZZ Top jamming to some ZZ Top with the tornado sirens going off in downtown Memphis. That was kind of wild. It was like, wow, are we gonna have a tornado while we're? And you know what? I'm gonna tell you what. ZZ Top didn't stop for anything. They kept playing. It got real windy. It wasn't windy because there was a tornado at the time. It was windy because the storm system was moving in, and it was kicking up like the sand from the shoreline of the Mississippi River. So while we were standing there listening and jamming out to ZZ Top while the tornado sirens were going off in downtown Memphis, the sand was getting in our eyes because of the wind, and our hair was just going crazy, and their beards were like at about a 45-degree angle, so they were jamming, but their beards were so Memphis. Oh, wow. Now, this is a rarity. Wow, that's rare. That is a Tennessee State Trooper on a traffic stop in front of this building. Up front in Madison. I have never seen a Tennessee State Trooper ever make a traffic stop. Ever. Like, that's the first time. Ever. He's right there. Tennessee State Trooper. They wear the same campaign hat as the oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Look at that. Get it, girl. Hey, hey. Yeah. Little Memphis stuff going on there. There you go. Let me take it back to Arkansas before I get lost over here. Oh, Lord. See, I like Memphis. I don't care what anybody talks about. They can talk all the trash they want to about this city. It still has a personality. I'm sorry that it's as dangerous as it is, but I won't give up on it. I'm not scared. I'll still come over here. This is the beginning of Poplar Avenue. Poplar Avenue is a main east-west artery in Memphis, and it starts right here. Poplar Avenue will take you to, eventually, to Germantown, continuing to Collierville, ends up in Fayette County, which is the county that borders Shelby, Memphis. So anyway, I have a lot of experience on Old Poplar. When I come to Memphis, I come to this street a lot. They got a lot of shopping on Poplar. Interestingly, the Memphis police around here drive around with their blue lights on. Those cruising lights where they're just the solid blue. I see in the distance, I see a Memphis squad that's coming my direction. Well, he's turning now. But they drive around with the blue lights on. It's like to be high vis. I call that high vis. Be high visibility. Well, they need to around here. They need to get people's attention around here in Memphis for sure. I'm at Danny Thomas and Poplar. Oh, Danny Thomas, the entertainer, who was the pioneer behind St. Jude's Children's Hospital. If you've ever seen the commercials for St. Jude's, they do remarkable work for children. They are a good charity to donate to. Yeah. Get my camera back in focus there. I gotta take a 1 minute break. I'll be back in 1 minute. 60 seconds, start counting. Nice, Isaac. I may or may not have. Yeah, I always like to preface anything that I say with, I may or I may not have done this. Okay, I see somebody hanging out right over here, and I'm going to see if I can offer them a blessing. He got his entire blanket over his head, so I don't want to. Hang on. whatever I do, I'm gonna be safe. I'm not gonna be waking people up. Make a U-turn.
No, okay.
We'll get out of Memphis in a minute. There's also another children's hospital here, but I can't pronounce that. Le Bonheur? Le Bonheur? It's like French. They got two different children's hospitals here. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Excuse me. Let's see. Streets are rough, that's for sure. Here's the VA Medical Center. So my buddy, well, he did the ride along on Christmas Eve, Ian. He spent 6 months there to that building that was just to your left. He had a major motorcycle accident and he had to go do some serious rehab. Took him 6 months before he was released from the hospital. He's in pretty bad shape. So I've come over here before to visit him at the Memphis VA hospital. There you go. Now this I can get down with this guy right here. Hold on, I'm gonna make a U-turn. For sure. We're going to give this guy a blessing. He looks cold and everything. And this is what I'm about right here. Even if it's Tennessee, it doesn't have to be Arkansas. It's the fact that you're trying to help somebody. It's just that. Can I not make a U-turn out of here? Really? Well, they got this all jacked up. Jeez, that's annoying. yeah, anyway, there's a dude sitting on this bench. He looks cold because currently it's 33 degrees outside. Granted, we're not Canada, so it could be much more chilly outside. Memphis Police Department, so you're seeing a Memphis PD unit right here. Where's that guy? So he's right here. Yo, old school, come holler at me real quick. I got something for you. You'll be glad you came over here. Come up here for a minute. I'm not messing with you. Come on. I got something for you. Christmas blessing.
Christmas blessing.
Yeah.
I need rides.
Well, I ain't giving out rides, but I'm giving out gift cards, man. What would you rather have, a Burger King, or would you rather have a Wendy's gift card? What would help you?
What would help me is to get inside out of this cold.
Well, I understand, but I can't do that. I can give you this for tomorrow so you'll have a meal. It's free. You want it? No?
See, dirty.
Yes?
Can I get out of the cold?
Dude, I'm not a taxi. I'm offering to give you a gift card. Do you want a
guess.
gift card? You guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want Wendy's or Burger King? Which one do you want?
Wendy's.
Okay. There you go. Do you need a pair of socks?
No.
Okay. Have a good night. Okay.
I ain't going. I gotta get in and out of the cold.
I understand, but at least you got a meal for tomorrow. Enjoy your blessing. Try to have a good night. Okay. All right. Take care. I'm sorry you're having a bad night. Take care. Come to understand as part of human nature that some people may not have the ability to express their gratitude, but that shouldn't distract you from doing the work that needs to be done, the good work. So I try to not look at a situation like that and say that guy wasn't grateful for receiving the gift card. I say that he's probably got mental health issues, and like he said, he's just trying to get in from the cold. He's got a lot more on his mind right now than me giving him a gift card. So it may not seem like that guy was grateful, and honestly, he might not have been. I don't know, but you know, I'm going to walk away from that experience knowing that I did what I felt was right. And that's that. It's over with. I'm in Memphis right now, messing around actually, and I'm about to head back to my home state. The natural state transparency stands for Arkansas, the natural state. So I don't really know what homeless shelters are available in Memphis, Tennessee. I cannot comment on things I do not know. So, no, I couldn't recommend a homeless shelter because I'm not from here. He just looked like he was cold and he needed a hand up, a hand. I'm not going to give anybody a ride, though. Sorry. Alright, well, I've had just about as much fun as I'm going to have driving around downtown Memphis. I think I'm going to head on back to the Arkansas side of things. But, yeah. You can't come out here with any expectations. Like, if you're going to help the homeless and you're going to give them gift cards, you have to expect that they're not even going to want to accept it. Like, they might come across as ungrateful even. That's just part of it. It's mental health. I do look cold. Memphis is beautiful. They've got a lot of architecture here, a lot of different styles represented. With Memphis being an older community, they've got different parts of town have different examples of architecture. I have a preference in I love Art Deco. So the structures that are built in the late 20s, 30s, the Art Deco style, I loves it. So we're going to go west on 40. That's where I'm going to try to find an on-ramp, and we're going to get on out at the old Memphis. We're going to head on out. St. Jude's is right here on the right. That's St. Jude's Hospital with all this Christmas display going on here. It's pretty. All right. Just like that, we are about to be crossing into Arkansas. It's that easy. If you'll notice, it's not lit up tonight. This bridge is usually lit up at night. This is the Interstate 40 bridge, Hernando de Soto Bridge, welcoming us to Arkansas. We just crossed into this great state of Arkansas. Now, if if you were on the other side of the interstate, like you were in the opposite lanes of travel and you were going into Memphis, this is the last mile before crossing into Memphis. You should see the wreck outs on the sidewall of the interstate right there. How many times the troopers have performed a TBI in this last stretch. And had people jump off the bridge right back there too. For sure. That's dedication. That's some dedication right there, to be fleeing from the police and to just blindly jump over the damn ledge without letting, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't even know what's below. You just know you're not going to jail. So however bad it's going to hurt, it hurts, right? Yeah, I like keeping it Arkansas though.
Can you read about the New Barracks in a second?
You notice the police radio starting to come in again because I've crossed back into Arkansas. Live in West Memphis. So there are a lot of people right now at the Southland Casino doing their thing, and unfortunately some of them are going to make the poor choice to drive intoxicated. There are a lot of hotels located close by the casino. Some are even within walking distance of the casino. But inevitably, there are going to be people tonight that are going to get a little too drunk at the casino, and they're going to get in their car and they're going to leave that casino and run the risk of getting pulled over. And they do some enforcement over here. They do some heavy DWI enforcement right in this stretch of Southland Drive where I'm at. This is like the Casino Row right here. So what I'm saying is, don't be surprised if you see some troopers in a minute. And I have no idea what this truck is doing. He's blocking all 4 lanes of traffic. Okay, dude. Yeah, you totally screwed up. That was all you. Correct. So that was good that you decided to move. That was a solid plan. That was good. We are again on Southland Drive. I've got your chat pulled up. I can kind of see what everything's happening here. Yeah, no, I agree. We do need harsher penalties for DUIs, DWIs. So in Arkansas, it's DWI. It's equivalent of a DUI. driving under the influence or driving while intoxicated. In Arkansas, they call it a DWI, but it's the same thing. It's driving impaired. Let's say it that way. Some states call it one thing. Arkansas calls it a DWI. We shorten it. We call it a DWI. Like a kiwi fruit, except it's a DWI. And it's pretty gnarly if you get pulled over and you get caught DWI first. I think DWI first offense, they will require you to have an interlock device put in your vehicle. I think on the first offense, they suspend your license for 6 months. I think. Or a year. I don't remember if it's a year or 6. I think it might be a year, actually. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so I'm going to pull into Southland, right? As you heard me talk about it all night. If you'll notice to your right, it's a gravel lot, and there's just trucks galore. Truck after truck after truck. Because this, again, is a 24-hour, 365. Oh, nice. You're all up in my lane. That was scary. Alrighty. So lots of trucks. Lots and lots and lots of... Can I go this way? I'm not sure I can go this way. Lots and lots and lots of trucks. There is also lots and lots and lots of traffic. You need to turn your headlights on or you're going to be the first one they pull over. It says I can turn here. One way, do not enter. So this is like the back door. Well, I found the back door to the casino. If anybody was wondering where the loading dock is, where they put all the cash in that Ryder truck and take it away, that's it. That must be it. Hey, honey, you all dressed up. Lord, have mercy. Well, we're going to creep on right on out of here just as quick as we came in. Let's just get out of here. So anyway, yeah, this is Southland Casino, and as you see, there's just a steady stream of cars coming in and out of here. And you do know that some of these folks have been drinking. They have been. That's a fact. Now, there's really no excuse for anybody drunk driving here because of the fact that there's so many darn hotels that are located within walking distance. And I've even seen this, like, there's like a shuttle van, it looks like right in front of me. So I'm not sure if that's a privately owned van or if that's like a service that they offer. But there is no excuse for driving drunk. And in West Memphis, they get Uber over here in West Memphis, Uber and Lyft service. So no, there's no excuse. Get caught slipping, go to jail here. Main casino entrance. You need to turn your headlights on too, dude. You're gonna get pulled over. You don't want to get pulled over. Here's a trip. Here's a tip. Turn your headlights on. just really don't know how you can be so absent-minded. If you don't want to draw attention to yourself, turn your headlights on. Well, I guess he learned his lesson because he's behind me and he just turned his headlights on, so good for him. Oh, come up here and turn in here real quick. Casino. I've never been in here before. I've never been to this one. Now, I've been to Tunica, and I've gone to several in Tunica, Mississippi. And remember, there was one across from Lake Village, but I can't remember the name of it. It was Lady Luck back in the day. I'm not sure that it is anymore. I've been to that one. So yeah, here we are. Let's go win some money. What do you say? Come on, y'all. Y'all go. Come on. Here at the casino. Little Vegas action over here. Yeah, Lady Luck was back in the 90s, and well, that wasn't 90s. I think they built that in the 2000s. I went there when it was Lady Luck, and it smelled like cigarettes. They'd allow you to smoke it there. It was really bad. Could hardly breathe. It was so thick as cigarette smoke. Ugh. Don't walk out in front of me now. There you go. All right. So, this is the happening spot over here in the West Memphis. For any of you people that really want to know what's going on over here, well, not so much here, just anywhere in Arkansas, because you watch these videos all the time and you see the same places over and over and over again. Turn your headlights on with your temporary tags. That's going to get you pulled over. Still didn't turn your lights on. Now, let me ask you a question. If you were a trooper, right, or a cop, let's not even say a state trooper, just say you're West Memphis PD, and you're like, I want to catch a DWI tonight. I mean, can you understand how easy it is? When, like, I've already pointed out 3 different cars in 5 minutes that didn't have their headlights on, right? Like, this guy still doesn't have his headlights on. He's one car in front of us, not this white one, but the one in front of him, the SUV. Still doesn't have his headlights on. So if you were a cop trying to make a DWI bust, wouldn't you be looking for people without their headlights on? It's like, please pull me over. I'm going to give you the reason right now. I don't have my headlights on. He's still, that guy that I'm talking about still does not have his headlights on. So, when I do videos in Crittenden County and I pull D-Troop and I see that they make traffic stop after traffic stop after traffic stop, and the address is Southland Drive and Martin Luther King, Southland Drive and Martin Luther King, Service Road East, I just laugh because I know they left the casino and they probably didn't have their headlights on. No, the white car is not burning oil. I can tell you it's not oil, it's condensation. I'd be the first one to tell you I was behind a stinky car, but that's it's cold tonight. It's 32 degrees. And a lot of these cars just started up. They just literally started and left, so that car in front of us is actually still warming up. So yeah, we're gonna get on out of this traffic though, because I don't like being around all these people. Casino traffic is dangerous. Casino traffic is dangerous for one like myself who's driving a new car. I don't want anybody smashing into my stuff. So we're gonna get out of here. I was really surprised tonight. I have not seen a single state trooper tonight working in the general area of the casino, and that just stuns me. Especially considering it's 2 a.m. They ought to be out here. Now, here's a little interesting, the more you know, if you really want to know more about the Arkansas State Police. Let's talk about it for a minute. So, there are 75 counties in Arkansas. Do you think that every county has a 10-8 trooper at night? 10-8 is the code for in service. So, somebody that's actively working. Do you think all 75 counties in Arkansas have a trooper at night that work? Think about that question for a minute. You got 75 counties in Arkansas. Do you think that all 75 counties have a trooper that works midnights? I've lost your comments. Let me pull this back up. Let me see if I get some of your answers to that. No. Most of y'all are saying no. You are correct. Now, let's talk about that for a minute. All 75 counties in Arkansas have a trooper on call for overnights. Now, let's say there was a bad accident and it occurred, I don't want to use Crittenden County because that's a bad example, but let's use Monroe County, which is Brinkley, about 30 miles or 45 miles to the west of here, which is still Troop D, Forest City. So, say there's a bad wreck on Interstate 40 and it's in Monroe County in front of Brinkley. Now, the trooper of that county, which if you guys have watched my channel long enough, you already know who it is. It's Damon Dobson, who I've featured a few times. Well, at some point, he has to sleep. Corporal Dobson, he has to sleep. Him and I think McCrae and Gavin Taylor, I think, is assigned to Monroe County. So you got 3 Monroe County troopers right there. Somebody knows that they're going to be catching calls at night, even if they're not working. So right now, if there was a horrible accident on the interstate, it was 2 a.m. If they had a trooper 10-8 right now in Troop D, maybe they might start that trooper to that accident, but typically it's per county. It's based on the county. So if that accident happens in Monroe County, they're going to call out a Monroe County trooper to go handle that accident. Even if it's at 3:45 in the morning. Even if that trooper has to be at work at 6 a.m. That's just how it is. That's the life of a rural Arkansas trooper. Now, there are some counties in Arkansas that have 24-hour trooper coverage. You can guess which ones they are. Pulaski County, Little Rock, has a 24-hour trooper. Make no mistake about it. In Troop A, Little Rock, they have a whole squad. And that's why you see on the intro to some of those videos that I do, I put Troop A Midnights affectionately. They're the Midnight Squad. That's why I call them Troop A Midnights. You'll always know who they are because they have a low call sign, but they're not supervisors. So Adam 13, Adam 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, Jacob Bird, Adam 19. Those low numbered call signs are the Midnight Squad for Troop A. I need 1 minute. I gotta stretch my legs for like a minute. I'll be right back. Now, I don't think that they have that same system for any other troop in Arkansas except for Troop A. Troop A has low call signs for the midnight guards, or the midnight troopers rather. But I don't think any other ASP troop does that. It's just Troop A with the low numbers. Most of the other troopers either work a morning shift or they work a shift that lets them get off at 2 a.m. So, anywhere in Arkansas, just know that most of the troopers go home at 2 a.m. Not all of them, most of them. Now, I don't know if Troop D, which is Forest City, which is where I'm at, West Memphis, Crittenden County, and especially Crittenden County, not even the rest of them. I'm just talking about West Memphis. I would imagine they have a 24-hour trooper here. I'm not 100% on that. I wish I had clarification because I like knowing what I'm talking about. But I would imagine Troop D in Crittenden County has a 24-hour trooper. And I would also imagine up in Troop L, Fayetteville, Bentonville, Rogers, in Washington or Benton County, or both of them, but they probably have a 24-hour trooper working somewhere in the Northwest. But outside of that, that's it. I mean, I know that most of the counties, they go home at 2 a.m. and there's no trooper until 6 a.m. Yeah, Fort Smith. I mean, the troops that have an interstate, I mean, Troop J doesn't, which is Clarksville, which is Interstate 40, Russellville. They don't have a 24-hour trooper, I don't think. And I don't know about H. That's Fort Smith, Sebastian, Crawford County. They may have a 24-hour trooper up there. I just don't know who it is. Pine Bluff Troop E does not have a 24-hour trooper. Troop F down in Warren, which is the southern part of Arkansas, they don't have any 24-hour troopers. I cannot speak for G, but I don't think G does either. They're Texarkana. I don't think they have a 24-hour trooper. I think it's A, H, and L, and possibly Crittenden County Troop D. So we got some more casino traffic. I've been driving by the casino because I was just kind of wanting to see some traffic stops, but I don't think they're doing any tonight. It totally surprises me. Why don't we mosey on up to Marion and see what's going on in Marion? I said I didn't see any blue lights. That was a lie just now. We got some party lights up at our 12 o'clock. Let's see if we hear them call it out on the radio. I'm also in front of a Charger as well. Or I'm sorry, behind a Charger, so I can't tell if that's the police in front of me or not. But the police that made the traffic stop just turned off the road. So we're gonna mosey on over here and see what it is. No, it's not black. It's not the undefeated, infamous Charger. This dude has a Razorback tag on his vehicle. He's got a UA tag, the big Razorback. Well, let's just follow him. He's got a gray Charger. Keep going, bro. Okay, so we are back on Missouri Street. And I know from my experience working as a jailer, I used to have to come over here to the Crittenden County Jail and pick inmates up often. And it's just right over there. It's very conveniently located to the casino. And they didn't do that on purpose. That just happens to be where it's at. But I mean, it's a mile away. So when you arrest somebody driving drunk, your ride to jail is just down the street. So I'm now in Marion. On Missouri Street, or Arkansas 77, whichever you want to call it. Get your brights on, turn your brights off. Yeah, Marion's like this, kind of like the suburb of West Memphis. It's the Now, I don't know much about Marion, don't get me to line, but they've got a lot more newer housing developments in Marion than they do in West Memphis, if that helps paint the picture. That if you happen to live in Crittenden County and you live in Marion, it appears to be a little nicer, per se, as far as the homes than in West Memphis. Well, there is not a lot to see. I can't tell you the last time I drove through Marion just to look around, so we'll be looking around together. It is currently 31 degrees in Marion, Arkansas right now. Now, let's see, where am I? Okay, I've been through here recently, so I can actually cut back over to the main drag here in just a second. Should be right here. Yeah, Junction Interstate 55. Well, I'm kind of disappointed in the police action around here. I thought I'd be seeing a lot more of it. I just really haven't. Little town of Marion. Are you a city police or state trooper? The answer is neither. Yeah, I'm fading fast myself, driving around not finding anything to look at or talk about. It's kind of frustrating. Come out here and do a live and not have anything to show you. Except for me just driving around and talking. But yeah, I'm not a trooper or a city police officer or a sheriff. I am a content creator who used to work in law enforcement in the 2000s. Like the whole decade. I got out in 2010. I worked for 4 agencies in Central Arkansas. I was never a police officer. I was a detention officer and a 911 dispatcher. So I had support roles. And I worked for the state police. That was one of the 4 as a civilian. So I don't proclaim to be the police. I'm not that. I don't want to take away from that, and I'm not trying to claim stolen valor or, falsify my record, because it's not true. I never was street police, but I've worked in the support roles, and I know a lot about the industry. That's how I know so much about the state police, because I used to work for them. My call sign at state police, I had two different call signs. One was GS33 and the other one was 138. The GS stands for Governor's Security. GS33, that was my call sign when I worked in executive protection. And then when I transferred over to inmate services, my call sign changed to 138, which was an administrative call sign. So you're used to hearing the highway patrol call signs. You hear the troop letter and the 2-digit number. Like Jacob Bird is Adam 19, A19. A stands for Troop A, 19 is his number. The colonel of the state police is 100. The highway patrol commander, the guy that's literally in the top of the highway patrol division, his name is Ron Casey, the Major Casey. His call sign is 104. So for a time I used to be 138. Had a take-home state police pickup truck. Had a radio and everything. Could listen to the troopers and listen to them making their traffic stops on my way home. Well, what's funny is, like, I'm not even fearful about getting pulled over, because it's almost comical when it happens. And I can't seem to find any law enforcement officials out here tonight. We may have to give somebody a blessing here in a minute. That looks like a homeless person that's living out of their car. I thought I saw that when I came over here. So let's see if we can do some good real quick. Let me get everything in order. I don't want to be having to dig through my stuff. I like to have everything ready to go. I don't mind helping people, but I don't want to get robbed. Tell us more about Governor's Security. Well, I will, but there's not much more I can tell you about that. I can tell you some things. I can't really go into details. But I'll tell you some stuff. Just hang on a minute. I can tell you who I worked for. My boss was Governor Mike Beebe when he was governor. He took over after Mike Huckabee. All right, so let's do this. Let's get all of our gift cards and stuff in order here. Okay, so there is a car right over here to the right, and they appear to be homeless, and she was just standing outside. Now I can't tell where she went. Is she even in the car? Hell, that looks like a dude. I can't tell. Got their hood up. They got whoever's in that car has got their hoodie up. I can't see. Yeah, I mean, look, you have to be kind of careful, like approaching people and trying to give them a gift card or something. You know, there's kind of a certain way you got to be about this, because you don't want to get robbed out here. Yeah, sometimes folks are out to get you. Some of them got mental problems. They kind of like that guy in Memphis. I gave him a gift card and he was just hung up on getting a ride. He didn't really even care about the gift card. I might not talk to this person after all. They were standing outside, but now they're inside their car. So I'm not going to go knock on somebody's window to give them a gift card. Yeah, definitely safety first. I don't mind coming out here and showing y'all some stuff for sure. I want to, because I feel like you guys watch the videos enough that maybe by me driving around in some of these communities, you can kind of get a feel for it. But I'm not going to put myself at great risk to do some foolish stuff. Well, I guess I'm about to call. Am I going to call it a night? Is that it? Is this the best I can do? Maybe one more quick stroll through West Memphis on the way out of town. I don't know, maybe. Let's try that one more time. No, I don't have two channels. I've just got the one. Natural State Transparency is me. That's it. I don't have two channels. Maybe someday. The problem is I need to clone myself. I need like 3 more of me. And then I could probably have a second channel and it would be amazing. But I just, there's only one of me, and this one is enough as it is. Now, all right, what are you doing? Making a U-turn or what? Well, The rest areas are further down Interstate 40 towards Little Rock. When you first cross into Arkansas here in West Memphis, those rest areas are further on down. And I'm not really I'm not going to be heading to Little Rock. So the rest area is kind of out for me. But even though we went up to Marion, I've come back to West Memphis for one more little drive around the city on my way out of town. We'll see if somebody's walking around here. There's a lot of roadside hotels in West Memphis. The likes of the old Holiday Inns and the old Ramada Inns that have now been bought out and sold to, those older facilities that are, they're scattered about West Memphis for sure, like the one to the left here. And it's just been my experience that a lot of times around those type of hotels, you see people loitering outside of them or around them, and also the retail. I'm on the service road right now, and the Walmart parking lot's just right over here. So I'm going to cruise on through the area of the West Memphis Walmart. We're going to see if I see anybody just walking around. It's $2.54 for gas over here. Arkansas is privileged that we have some of the cheapest gas in the country. Can you really not? Yeah, okay. I was about to say. Let's go see about anything happening over here. This Walmart's dead. Walmart used to stay, a lot of the Walmarts used to stay open 24 hours. But they don't do that anymore. They close at 11 o'clock and reopen at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. rather, something like that. And the cars you see here are just the overnight stalkers. That's a massive speed bump. I wish I hadn't gone so fast. Then, of course, you've got more trucks, because there are trucks everywhere in West Memphis. They're all over here sleeping. These speed bumps are stupid. Alrighty, well, I don't see anybody walking around. I mean, I know it's 2-something in the morning, but that doesn't stop somebody a lot of times. But I just don't see anybody walking around. And I don't see anybody over here in the bushes or hanging out. And that's okay. We're going to move on.
424 status check.
We'll be back in.
Check. Showing you back here. Out.
I'm gonna creep around the back of the building here. Good night, Isaac. You know, you're not going to miss much because I'm going to call it a night before too much longer myself. The only reason why I'm still going is because I had a cup of coffee. And it was effective because it got me to quit yawning. Okay, so good night, Isaac, and I will talk to you soon. Thanks for hanging out. Well, that's okay. I'm gonna hand these gift cards out at some point. It doesn't have to be all tonight. So West Memphis has a lot of apartment complexes, as we're like in the apartment complex row right now. And the living is cheaper on this side of the river. So there are some folks that live in West Memphis that commute and go to Memphis every day for work because it is actually cheaper to live on this side of the river. You can start with the fuel costs. The fuel is way cheaper in Arkansas than it is in Tennessee, or at least Memphis. I don't want to say all of Tennessee. I'm sure there's cheap fuel spots in Tennessee somewhere. I'm going to do one more pass through the truck stops, and then I'm going to call it a night. Because now that everybody has gotten drunk and shot their guns and their fireworks, I'm about the only thing that's out here driving around. I don't even see the police. Like, I'm not trying to get pulled over, but I mean, if I got pulled over, I would think it was, funny, and I would, of course, pull over. I wouldn't run from them. You want to see me run from them. They'd pit me. TBI. It's NST. TBI on NST. TBI. Let's see, what time is it? It is 2:40. Okay, good. Make sure I have y'all's comments so I can see what you're saying here. Dixie Queen is still popping. Man, they got a busy ass line. Now there's somebody walking right there. There is somebody walking. It's like the happening spot right over there. The Dixie Queen. That's cool. I gotta go back over here. Hang on. There is no traffic. They've got a Take 5 car wash over here, huh? Well, not that I'm doing any sponsorship for Take 5 car wash, but I'm a member of this car wash. $39.99 a month will get you unlimited car washes, free vacuums, and free glass cleaner and interior cleaner and rags, the whole 9 yards. $39.99 a month. I find that to be reasonable, considering I drive a lot. And that car wash chain is all over the state. They got a whole bunch of them in Tennessee as well. So where'd my guy go? Where'd he go? Oh, he came in and got in this car right over here. This dude's on a bike. He's hungry. Hold up. I found somebody to bless. Let me go make the block. Dude's hungry. He's on a bike. He's hitting folks up. Let's see if we can do one more blessing for the night, and then I'm probably going to go home. Well, I said I was going to do, let's do one more blessing, and then I'm going to go by the truck stops, and then I'm going to head back to the house. To the folks that are just sitting in the room listening to me, if you don't mind, if you haven't already done it, please smash the like button right quick. That actually really helps. Hello, Newton County, old Jasper in Newton County. Newton County is one of my favorite counties because it's just so nice up there. All right, let's go holler at old school over here right quick. Busy ass parking lot. Where'd he go? I don't want to get trapped in here, man. There ain't like nowhere for me to park. Damn. He's taking the boxes. He's like taking the boxes from the... He's trying to help the store out. He's taking their boxes. Okay. I don't want to get trapped in here. There's nowhere for me to turn around. But I can park right over here, though. I got an idea. Check this out. Right. Get back over here in the turn lane. Turn up in here. That is a major pothole. I don't want to hit that. Okay, so we're going to try to, yeah, that guy right there, he just is, he took the boxes for the restaurant and put them in the dumpster. Dude on a bike. I'm going to double back this way. See if I can offer him a blessing. Hey, there you go, David P. I'm glad you got brand new bumper sticker. That makes me feel great. Thank you for having that bumper sticker and placing it accordingly wherever you want to. Not everybody has to put them on their cars. You know, you can put them on your gun safe or your laptop or anywhere. But I like it when they're slapped on the bumper. And let's see if homeboys walk back over here right quick. He has... I don't know if he works there or not. I mean, he just took another load of boxes to the dumpster. I don't know if he's working there or not. He might be an employee, actually. Well, that's okay. Yeah, save this gift card for another use. Let's go down this way. I'm gonna go through the truck stops one more time, and then I'm gonna go home. Well, I said I was going to do that. I'm gonna make a U-turn and go back over here.
There's not sure what happens.
Union County. Hello, Union County, El Dorado area. Well, that's not what I thought it was. Okay, never mind. Central part of Mississippi. Like, let me think. Central part of Mississippi. What's that town right before? Hold on, let me think. Let's see if my mind's. Virden, Virden, Virden. Isn't that the name of it? It's north of Kosciuszko, Central Mississippi. Some police right there. Doesn't know how to use turn signals. Well, I have tried and tried and tried to get pulled over in this town, and it is just not happening. Well, I've been to Jackson, Mississippi, I've been to Yazoo City, Mississippi, and I've been to Kosciuszko, Mississippi. And Mississippi makes me nervous. I've never been that far south. Though I will tell you, I was considering taking a, what was I going to say? I was considering staying in Biloxi for a few days just to see what it's like, because I've never been that far south. Yeah, I'm not, lifelong Arkansan, and I've never been to Biloxi, and I've never been to Gulf Shores, Alabama, Destin, Florida, anything along the Panhandle. I've not been to any of those beaches ever in my entire life. There you go. Here's somebody I can bless right there. I found a person to bless for sure. Let's go bless this person. They're sitting cold at the public library. So for the ones that don't know, maybe you joined late, or maybe you haven't been watching for long, I have some gift cards and I have some socks. And when I do these lives, I tend to have a gift card on me and some socks. If you ask any of the homeless people out here what they need besides money, one of the most highly sought after items is a clean pair of socks. So, we're going to see if we can bless this person that's sitting on this bench, freezing their butt off. Let's see what's up. Hey, what's going on? You doing all right? I know, it's 2 a.m. You look cold. Well, come on, I got a blessing for you. Tell your friend to come up here too. I ain't gonna give you no ride. Come over here though. I'm gonna give you something, but I ain't gonna give you a ride, but I'm gonna give you something. Tell your friend to come up here though. Okay, cool. Now look, I'm not gonna be your ride, but I'm gonna give you a blessing, okay? First of all, it's New Year's. So happy New Year's to you. I hope your year starts off better than this. I know. Yeah. All right, second of all, I got some gift cards. So I know times are tough. Would you rather have a Wendy's gift card or would you rather have a Burger King gift card? It don't matter? Okay. Fair. How about one of each? Thank you. So that's $10 a piece. Do you need some socks? You need some clean socks? You need a pair too? Yes, sir. Okay, you got it. I'm sorry that your year is starting off so bad. Maybe that'll help. I hope. They get you something in the morning. Yes, sir. All right. Y'all try to have a better night, okay? Yes, sir. All right. Bless you now. Take care. So we were able to just bless two people with 2 gift cards and 2 pair of socks. You know, there's just a lot of people out here doing bad. And I know we can all talk about choices and making bad choices, and there's consequences for making bad choices. And I'm the first one that agrees with all of that. Yes, when you make bad decisions, well, you make a bad decision, you're making a bad choice. You're opting to make that decision. And unfortunately, you have to face the consequences for your bad action. So, but on the other flip side to that coin, we need to be more kind to people, honestly. And I didn't say weak. I didn't say gullible. Those are not the words I used. I said we need to be kind to others. And you balance the fact that you recognize that there's a lot of people out here that are doing bad. And yeah, maybe it was dope. Maybe they got hooked on the dope. Maybe they have made some very poor decisions in life that have led them to where they're at today, and they need to pay the consequences for that. I get it. But that doesn't mean you don't have to be kind. You should be kind. And the end of the whole thing, like that couple right there, the lady was crying. The dude and the lady just now, she came up to the car. She was crying. She had tears in her eye. Not because I was giving her something. She had something else going on. Maybe they were in the middle of a domestic. I don't know. Maybe. But nonetheless, they were homeless. They had all their stuff in a little suitcase. They're sitting out here in 32-degree weather, cold. And, I'm not going to sit here and judge them. I'm going to be kind, and I'm going to offer them a $10 shot in the arm and give them a little meal for the morning. They might not have had anything. So, you know what? It's been a bad year so far for them. Their year started off bad, but maybe here at 6 o'clock in the morning when Wendy's opens up, they can go have them some breakfast and put some food in their belly. Maybe come up with a plan. That's what it's about. That is what it is about. Well, my commanding presence comes from the fact that I used to be a jailer.
Good night.
You better look and see if we have a complainant for the second call at 92 Sherwood Cove.
Got to have pretty good verbal judo skills to be a jailer. Otherwise, folks will just run all over you. And I have found that helps me well after working in a jail. Those skills continue to help me now.
Samantha.
I'm on Broadway. I'm going to come back over to Martin Luther King right now, and we're still in West Memphis. I'm going to do one more pass through the trucker blocks, and then we're going to call it a night.
Correct.
Thank you for your bright lights.
Check.
They got a club over here that's still popping. Lots of people at the club. right over here. Now, I don't know what's up with the email. I have 2 emails. Either one will get to me. If you go on the YouTubes and you click the contact information section and under the About tab, it'll, once you prove you're not a robot, it'll let you email me at PulaskiCountyNews@gmail.com, Pulaski, Pulaski County News@gmail.com, which is really my business email. Because I was receiving submissions for the Arkansas photos at the end of my videos, I established another email address that was a little easier for people to remember. And it is called, it's not called, it's Natural State Transparency, all one word, it can be lowercase, naturalstatetransparency@gmail.com. You can email me to either one of those addresses. I check both of them on the regular. Well, I'll check the spam folders. I don't know why they would, well, it's not the first time it's happened actually. Yeah, I'll check them and see. Yeah, Lieutenant Dan, I love old bridges. That's one of my things. I love old bridges. Okay, guys, I gotta run inside of here for a minute, use the little boy's room. It'll take me like 2 minutes, and then I'll be right back. So y'all, if you just chill for a minute here in front of Love's, I'll be back in a minute. Got a little concert next door. everything back in order. It's been my experience that if I show a little hood, excuse me, if I show a little hood in the video, that autofocus doesn't continue to happen, so that's annoying. And I look to try to turn that off, and I can't turn it off unless somebody knows how to do it. So the trick is to keep a little bit of your hood at the bottom of the screen, and then it focuses in. Okay, hello from Texas. Hello. Let me read some of your comments real quick. Yeah, there's not many people in the chat room anymore. Everybody left. There's, according to the numbers, there's 104 in here right now. Hello from Washington State. Well, Texas, Washington State, hello to y'all. Thanks for watching. Still currently live right now in West Memphis, Arkansas. Earlier we drove over to Memphis for a minute, checked it out. Now we're back on the west side in Arkansas. However, I'm not going to be doing this all night long. So, how many people have we blessed tonight? Let's see, 2, the couple, then the dude in Memphis. That's 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. That's good. South Africa, what's up? I will visit South Africa some year, someday, some year. Wow, from the Philippines. Man, I've got an international crowd all of a sudden, don't I? That's what's up. Oh, Ciola, what's up? Yeah, you are just right up you're right up the freeway. That's exactly right. Yep. I think I got a drunk driver behind me. Going to the casino. I think he's drunk. Please don't get on my ass. But you stay back there. Well, I'm almost to the turn to the casino, and I think that's where this gentleman or person behind me is going. But they're driving all over the road. Again, I'm on DWI Road. This is where you catch your DWIs in Crittenden County. So, if there were a trooper out here or a West Memphis police officer to effect a traffic stop, they would probably have a pretty good contender behind me. He can't maintain his lane. Let's see if he turns in, because the turn into the casino is right to the left. It's to the left right now. Let's see if he's turning. Yes. Alrighty. Amy, I am still in West Memphis. I I am on Southland Drive near the casinos. It's currently 3:16 Central Standard Time, which is all of the state of Arkansas is under Central. It's currently 3:16 in the morning. Now, you might wonder, why am I still live? Well, I was live to celebrate New Year's. And really the only reason why I'm still live right now is because I had a cup of coffee and it kind of gave me a second wind. Let's do one more little cruise through. Let's do QT's real quick. It's right here. We'll go look at QT's and then I'm getting out of here. So, we are about to pass the Arkansas Highway Police Station. Not to be confused with the Arkansas State Police. It's two different entities. This right here is the Arkansas Highway Police. So here's a pop quiz for you at 3:18 in the morning. Highway Police. Arkansas Highway Police. What do they do? Why aren't they troopers? So, I'll answer that. The Arkansas Highway Police are actually older than the Arkansas State Police by like 3 years, I think. So Arkansas State Police are the state troopers that you see on my channel a lot. They have primary jurisdiction on all highways in Arkansas. They also have statewide jurisdiction for having the legal authority to make traffic stops and arrests anywhere in Arkansas. So just because a county road is not their quote unquote, oh Lord, let me turn in here. I thought that was the driveway. But anyway, so just because the county road is not their primary jurisdiction, that does not mean that they cannot pull you over. They can pull you over anywhere they want to in Arkansas. Now, the Arkansas Highway Police, on the other hand, do commercial vehicle enforcement. So, the troopers that you see on my videos typically pull over passenger cars, and Arkansas Highway Police typically pull over commercial vehicles such as buses, 18-wheelers, box trucks, etc., etc., etc. Now, the Arkansas Highway Police are also DOT, Department of Transportation affiliated, U.S. government. So they can actually do commercial inspections of your vehicle to see if you don't have a fire extinguisher and you don't have, your brake pads are worn. I mean, they can do the whole, they do things I don't even know about. So, what's up, Kyle? Glad you're here. But anyway, oh, I never did state it. My first name. You know what? I saw your email then. You know what? You did. And I just haven't got back to you. I'm being rude, David P. I saw your email because you said that to me in my email. I glanced it and meant to get back to you. I will get back to you tomorrow morning when I get up. And my first name is James. James NST, the content creator. So, commercial vehicle enforcement is Arkansas Highway Police, and everything else is Arkansas State Police. And let's talk about what is the difference between a primary and a support agency. So like a primary agency is like, I'm in West Memphis, West Memphis Police Department. This is their beat. This is their city. They're the primary responding agency for the area that I'm in, right? Okay. Arkansas State Police are referred to as a support agency. Now, they can initiate their own stuff and they get involved in stuff that way, but they are a support agency by nature. They support these other primary agencies that are out here working. So in other words, a trooper, a state trooper, one of their missions is to support the West Memphis Police Department in their mission. They offer support. So if you wondered why, when you watch my pursuit videos, why, you know, a lot of times the city cop hands over the pursuit to the trooper and the trooper just handles it. They're a support agency. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. The primary agency has to request that assistance. But that's a common thing nowadays. So, now you got to learn what all that was about. So I'm sitting in front of a sheriff, Crittenden County Sheriff's deputy. There's two of their pickup trucks sitting here at QT's. I don't really know what they're up to. Probably in there staying warm. Maybe watching us, who knows? Wouldn't be the first time a Leo let me know they've been watching. So there you have it. Crittenden County Sheriff. Oh, there's three of them. Three of them are hanging out at the QT's. It's a good place to take a break. I have to say, QT's is one of my favorite convenience stores. So there's the vehicle fleet. You got pretty much the whole on-duty Crittenden County Sheriff's deputy staff right there, hanging out at the QT's, taking a little break. They had a hot call earlier. I was listening. It was some big old call in Marion they all went to, off of Sherwood. If anybody knows where Sherwood Road is, it was off of Sherwood, I think. Okay, well, no, I'm not driving a Jeep. Thank you for asking on that one. I used to own a Jeep. I no longer own a Jeep. And no, I'm not driving a Stellantis product. I'm driving a Mitsubishi Outlander 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. 2023. Hello from Germany. Well, hello from Arkansas. Glad you're tuning in and watching. So yeah, 2023 Mitsubishi Outlander is the current ride. And it does well for, I mean, I absolutely love this ride. It's very comfortable and I love it. I just love it. Yeah, it does. It's got the cut in. It's got the little cut in the middle for sure. It does kind of look like a Jeep. I agree. All right. So we've already been through here and we're just going to blow on out of town. I'm going to head through Marion one more time on the way out of town because that's on my way home. Marion, population 13,700. Well, hey, Zandra, thank you for stopping in. And I appreciate all the kind comments. Thank y'all so much for chilling with us and hanging out. And Happy New Year to you. You know, I genuinely hope. I don't have to know you personally to make this statement, but I genuinely hope that 2024 brings you a better year than 2023 did. And now, if 2023 was your year, then by all means, I hope you have a better year. But I know most of the people I've talked to were ready that for 2023 to hit the road. So, 2024, new opportunities. It's a new year. It's time for a clean start. Let's go seize the momentum and run with it.
If it's still on scene, instant shower chronic background. I'm not sure if she's going to need EMS tonight, 117 Meadowbrook Circle.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Well, you know. I tried to always never lose sight of the fact that, you know, we're humans. First and foremost, before anything else, we're all human. So I recognize that many mistakes are made. That doesn't necessarily mean someone's just inherently evil. I feel bad for some of the cops. They put up with this crap day in and day out to a point where it starts to mess with their minds. Maybe it's because I've been out of the industry for 13 years and I've had time to lick my wounds and process everything that happened in a 10-year career in law enforcement. And I tell you what, law enforcement, the job itself can make you jaded real quick. There goes 1, 2. 1 and 2. Here goes a third. Is that a third? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people leaving the Marion Police Department right now. Yeah, anybody that knows any Leos out there, if your neighbor or your family member or your good friend is a law enforcement officer, then just please understand that it's an extremely stressful job and you see the worst of everything constantly. And, you know, it takes its toll. When I was a jailer, I worked at the Pulaski County Jail. It's the largest jail in Arkansas. I worked on the 3 to 11 shift, which is second shift, the busiest shift. The most chronically short-handed shift. I've been called every name.
Is anyone in route with 429?
I've been called every name in the book.
It's right there.
Well, that's it, folks, for West Memphis and Marion. I learned I gained a piece of valuable information tonight, and that is I bought 2 antennas off of Amazon. One is a kind that you can hang in your window, and it's
155 Shiloh.
It's not on the outside. All those cops were going to 155 Shiloh, by the way. The ones you just saw in Marion, they're going to 155 Shiloh, but I don't know what's going on over there. But anyway, I wish I had grabbed the other antenna because my police scanner's been cutting in and out this whole time, and so I'm only catching about half of everything that's been going out. So I haven't really been paying much attention to the radio because it's not consistent enough for me to be monitoring it enough. The next time that I come out on a live, I'll bring the other antenna, and I bet I won't have that problem. I like old Billy Martin. Billy Martin is D27. And Jackson Shoemate is Adam 18. He works used to be Adam 40. But that's an interesting thing. A lot of people don't understand why the call signs changed. Well, just like with any other job, there's always a constant influx of troopers retiring, quitting, or whatever, and then getting hired. And just like with any job, you might start out in a position that you didn't exactly ask for, and you just have to work your way into the position you want. So a lot of times with the troopers, that's how that is. They start out, they do their time for the first year or two, wherever they're assigned. And then as they gain more troopers with less seniority, the trooper can put a request in to transfer to another troop or another assignment within the same troop. It doesn't even have to be that they're trying to go to another troop. Just another assignment within the same troop. So as example, with Jackson Shoemate, he was day shift Troop A south of the river because he was a 40. South of the river, Pulaski County, Little Rock Troop A. But he must have put in his transfer, and they call that sign up. I don't know what state troopers call it, but Little Rock Police calls it sign up. And basically the bottom line is he was able to laterally transfer over to the night shift of the same troop. So now he's Adam 18 who works night shift. Trooper Anna. Many of y'all know Trooper Anna Escamilla, Amelia, if I'm pronouncing it right. Hey Keith, who are you talking to? Are you talking to someone else, or were you like referring your comment to me? Yeah, well, takes a horrible person to know a horrible person, Keith. Take care. Happy New Year. Anyway, Anna Escamilla used to be Adam 29. Again, south of the river. Troop A trooper. Actually, that's not true. She was north of the river. The 20s. She used to run with yeah, she was north of the river. And now she's Adam 77. So she is a Lonoke County Troop A trooper within the same troop, but she went to a different county. Hey Keith, if you're still with us, just to let you know, Keith, I blocked you so that you can no longer comment on anything. So there's no need for you to even try. I'm just going to save you the effort now. You've been blocked, so you might as well just go find another channel now. That's just how that goes. And there's no issue, right? So bye. Good luck. Sound like I should know him. You know what? I'm just real. I mean, there's nothing else to it. I'm just real. That's how we're supposed to be. Shoot you straight. But yeah. Now, here's an example of a trooper that went from one troop to another troop recently, and that was Tanner Hess, Trooper Hess. He was D17, St. Francis County, and he transferred to Troop J is like a whole nother area of the state. I don't know what his call sign is over there. I think it's 23, but I'm not 100% on that. I've only featured him once since he has been over in Troop J. But Tanner Hess, a D trooper, transferred over to J Troop. So it is entirely possible, and that's the privilege of being an Arkansas State Trooper, is that you have those options, you know? Because the thing is that the interesting thing about being a state trooper is you get paid the same amount of money whether you're a Troop A Little Rock trooper or if you're a Troop F Chico County trooper. It makes nada. It does not matter. You're going to make the same amount of money. So, and not like they make a bad amount of money, but I'm saying your dollar stands to stretch and go further in some of the more rural counties. I mean, it kind of goes without saying. Like in Little Rock, you like, or say, let's just say you're, okay, let me use an example. So say you're up in Washington County, which is Fayetteville. Well, anybody that knows anything about Arkansas can tell you that the housing market in Washington and Benton County right now, northwest Arkansas, is red hot. That is the hottest real estate in the entire state. I dare you to, nobody can match what's going on in northwest Arkansas. There's not another area of the state where the housing market is so red hot right now. There's some honorable mentions, but they're not northwest Arkansas. I'll say it that way. Now, it might be harder for a trooper to afford to buy a home in Washington or Benton County, but that same trooper could transfer to, say, Cleveland County, which is in Troop F, southern Arkansas, or one of these more rural counties, Dallas County or Perry County in Troop J, something like that. And you could buy yourself a McMansion. I call it, it's not a McDonald's, it's a McMansion. You could have a McMansion in some of these counties and live like a king on trooper pay. So, that's a pretty cool privilege of being an Arkansas State Trooper, is being able to get tired of one area of the state. You can up and move to a whole nother part of the state and still work for the same agency. Well, you know, I just bought a scanner for Christmas for myself as a toy, and I recommend anybody to have a scanner. It's really not a bad idea. You need to be able to independently listen to what's happening in the world. So, having a scanner enables you to do that. Well, I get frustrated with law enforcement agencies a little bit because this is where we differ in our opinions. Some law enforcement agencies think it's for officer safety that they eliminate the radio traffic from the airwaves so you can't hear it. They encrypt it. And that's it's a slippery slope. When you take the radio traffic and you encrypt it, and you take that away from the general public, the public has to rely on the public information officer from that department to cherry pick the news. Whereas if you were able to listen and monitor the radio yourself, you could hear everything that happened. And that's, in my opinion, really what it ought to be. I side way more with the public's right to know versus the quote-unquote officer safety issue. Yet I understand both points well, and I'm not arguing the fact that officers don't have a point. They have a point. I get it. I understand why they want them encrypted. It makes perfect sense. They don't want people listening to the radio who could potentially ambush them on calls by hearing those calls, or it can aid the wrong people are aided by the information they can listen to on scanner apps. Everybody's got a phone, and a lot of times you can pick up radio traffic on those phones. So I understand the argument, but I still stand by the fact that the public has a right to know what is happening in these towns, in our communities. The public has a right to know. You paid for it. You're a taxpayer. Your dollars pay for the radio, the personnel, the equipment. You are paying for what you're not allowed to listen to. That's my whole argument. You've already paid for it. Why can't you listen? Now, I know that there's going to be some people with some differing opinions on that, and that is A-OK by me. Because as I've said, I agree and acknowledge that there are different takes on that, on this issue, for sure. I get it. But I think that there ought to be some sort of compromise. If you're going to encrypt the radio, then you need to allow us a 30-minute or an hour delay. I'll tell you an agency that does that, North Little Rock Police Department. The North Little Rock Police Department made a compromise. They said, well, we're going to put a 30-minute delay on radio traffic. It still allows for the public to listen to unedited, raw call information as that goes out. But it protects the officers because it gives them a 30-minute buffer. So I understand that to me is a compromise. I would like to hear it live, but I would also like $1 million. So since I can't have it my way because it's not Burger King, then the compromise is put a 30-minute delay in it. But I don't think that they should completely eliminate the public's access to the radio traffic. It's important. David P., I agree with the body camera thing. You know, at first when the body cameras were becoming more prevalent, a couple of my cop buddies expressed their disdain for having to do such. But over time, those body cameras have served a great function, and that is to protect the integrity of the interaction. So if you're a law enforcement officer and you're doing your job and you're doing it correctly, then you have nothing to worry about because you're covered. And that body camera keeps you covered. It's accountability. If you're a law enforcement officer who haphazardly does their job and does not care about the quality of the work that they do, then that body camera will eventually get you caught up. And you deserve getting caught up because you probably shouldn't be a law enforcement officer. Period. And also, that body camera shows how ridiculous some members of the public can act and how immature and idiotic that they can act, thus removing all doubt about the experience. So when you want to claim racism or a bias towards a person based on their color or their creed or their sex, the body camera can help dispel all doubt whether that was accurate or not. And I certainly hate that it's. I just use that as an example. You know, racial issues. It's accountability. Are you able to talk about Ryan Wingo? Well, sure. Let's talk about him. You start first. Well, you know, I saw that video with Ryan Wingo. And he might not say that he did, and, you know, the other law enforcement agency, you know, like the state police might deny, but Ryan Wingo got caught up. He got caught slipping. Straight up. There's no other way to look at it. I don't know. That's a hard one for me, actually, because there's such a thing as due process, first of all, and it depends on the severity of what occurred. I mean, did he take someone's life? He might have taken someone's liberty. That's true. That's you can't argue that. He took away someone's liberty for a while by arresting him. If you're talking specifically about the video where he pulled that guy over, I think he was a veteran, and like he bumped the guy's car and then he arrested the guy or whatever. I think that's what you're referencing. And if that's the case, yeah, he had a bad day. He sure did. He let all that. He kind of let his emotions be on a sleeve, you know, a little bit. But do I think he should have lost his job? I don't know. That's not as concrete for me. I can't really say on that one too well, because first of all, I want to know what okay. Well, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. If he's a bad apple, okay, then he's going to have a jacket. And in his jacket, there are going to be other disciplinary charges and allegations that have been made against him. Correct, Kyle. Ryan Wingo is an Arkansas State Trooper in Garland County, Troop K. There was a viral video from like 2 years ago where he was involved in I would call it a false arrest, and it got covered up pretty well. And so, yeah, I don't really know. I'll put it to you this way. Oh, I didn't know he killed a man in Garland County either. I did not know that. I have not featured Ryan Wingo. Hasn't been on purpose, and just because there's so many troopers to choose from that he just hasn't come across my radar yet. But I haven't been looking forward to it if he had, because I have opinions about it as well. Yes, we are. It's a pretty hard process to become an Arkansas State Trooper. It's not like that's a easy to accomplish thing anyway. So when you go talking about firing somebody, permanently taking away their source of income and their employment, that's a pretty severe sanction. And I don't want to say that I'm defending him, because I'm not. But, you know, the flip side to that coin, if I'm playing devil's advocate for a minute, is I bet you that Ryan Wingo has had 2 years to think about how he could have handled that situation much more appropriately, so that he didn't have to incur the reputation damage that he has, because he absolutely has. It's not to excuse his behavior, but he's had time to think about it. I can assure you of that. And as of the last few months, he's still a Garland County Trooper. I've seen him on the roster. He's still a Garland County Trooper. Now, this guy in front of me right now that I've come up on is a Honda. It's a Hyundai. No, it's not. It's a Chevrolet Malibu. So I'm behind a Chevy Malibu right now. This dude can't maintain his lane for nothing. all over the road. So we're drifting to the left. Now we're drifting to the right. Now we're on the line. Now we've come back to the middle. So the question is, the question I have is this guy drunk or is he texting? Switch lanes just then. Now he's not maintaining his lane. Oh, I'm in no hurry. I don't mind just watching him be stupid. Well, he just turned his light off. He had his light on in his car. Maybe he was searching for something. I'm not sure. I'll keep watching. Thank you very much on that, Vivo. Thank you. Well, I have to say, once this guy turned off his dome light, his driving is a little better. Though he's still camping in the left lane. So the guy's guilty now of camping in the left lane, and he's still having a little issue with maintaining his lane. Speed limit in this stretch is 75. We're doing 71. Bye. Well, I had a chance to be an Arkansas State Trooper a long time ago when I worked for the agency. My commander told me, give me 3 years and I'll make you a trooper. And I failed to live up to 3 years there. I didn't make it, and there's some reasons for it. It wasn't in my cards. I have no regrets about not becoming a trooper. I admire the state troopers that are out here doing the work. It just wasn't in my cards. Sometimes you can't force something to be in your cards if it's not. So, not everybody can be a content creator either. They don't know how to make videos. So, that's how I look at it. I found my job. I like my job. Nothing makes me happier than to know that you watch the video and you learn something that maybe you didn't know. And maybe the stereotype or the narrative that you continuously hear about how bad the police are, maybe, just maybe, you learn that might not be true. Yes, I did pass that man quick. I got 98. Finished. I'm ready to move on. I'm also, I'm a middle-aged man. And I think some of this is because I'm just older. I've kind of wisened up a little bit, slowed my roll a little bit. You know, law enforcement is nothing more than just common sense and staying alive, you know, being careful, using your common sense, putting on problem-solving hats, trying to just help, and trying to stay alive. Shouldn't run from the police if you don't want something bad to happen. That's the first obvious thing I would say. It's like a no-brainer. If anybody's wondering where we're at currently, I'm crossing into Crittenden County right now. So this is the county of where Jonesboro is located, a town of 80,000 people. What I call the regional hub of the Northeast. So we're coming into Jonesboro. Do I agree with TBI or a pit on a motorcycle? Well, I'd have to say officially no, I don't agree. But I noticed that the troopers sometimes take out all the space there is for a motorcyclist to pass when they're fleeing, which sometimes causes them to wreck out, which I don't always disagree with. Because again, you should not run from the police. Like, that's fundamental. First of all, there has to be the rule of law. You might not agree with it, and that's why everybody tells you, if you don't agree with it, get the law changed. Petition your government with your grievance. Tell your elected officials that you want the law changed. Or, better yet, run for state rep and change the law yourself. Now, I know that that's all, you know, I get frustrated with the politicians we currently have, and I know a lot of them do not listen to us, so I understand all of that. But there has to be a rule of law. There has to be, for us to have a civilized society. You know, you need to be held accountable. If you're, you know, not everybody can come out here and do 130 miles an hour on the damn interstate, y'all. So there should not be a let that person pass and let that person get away and not be held accountable. No. When you drive 130 miles an hour on the interstate, then you deserve the speeding ticket, the reckless driving ticket. You deserve the tow that you're going to get when they catch you. You deserve it. You have it coming to you. You know you took that action. You made that choice. There's no other way to look at that. So, if you flee on a motorcycle, then you're asking for bad things to happen. But I agree that some of those maneuvers end up deadly, and they're horrible, and it's just a it's just a bad situation. Again, I just don't flee from officers. Stop. Take your consequence, whatever it is. And a lot of times the people are fleeing because they're refusing to accept the consequences. They're trying to, it's like gambling. It's like it's like playing the slots and hoping that you're going to hit the jackpot of getting away. But you know you're probably going to lose, right? You're more likely to lose than you are to win on a slot machine, right? statistics show that you stand a greater chance of losing than you do winning if you're playing the slot machine at the casino. And it's the same way when you run from law enforcement. You're gambling with your life. And there's really no way to look, there's no other way to look at that. If you run from an Arkansas State Trooper and you're going even just highway speed, 75 miles an hour, and they pitch you, that's bad enough. Some of these people are going 115, 120 miles an hour and they get pitted. That's devastating. You're literally gambling with your life. And for what? Because you're so weak you can't accept responsibility for your bad behavior? Because you're that weak and pathetic that you risk my life and the law enforcement officer's life and hell, everybody else that's out on the road because of your selfishness and your refusal to accept responsibility? No. I don't have much pity for those folks. I really don't. Yeah, the grappler would be cool. Now, to my knowledge, and of course things change, so I don't know if this is actually true, but to my knowledge there is not a state police unit in Arkansas yet that has the grappler installed. I say that because I've not featured a pursuit yet that involved the use of the grappler by any agency. None in Arkansas. That doesn't mean they're not here. I just haven't seen it used. Now, I've seen it deployed on other YouTube videos and it's highly effective. It works. It flat works. And I think that is a great solution. It's one of many solutions. And if it can shut down and end a pursuit, that's the desired thing. Yeah, I don't know how much where am I? I'm in Jonesboro. Is there an email address posted somewhere for you? Well, I've got two emails. If you're on the YouTube page for Natural State Transparency and you click the About tab and you click the contact information, there's an email there. It's PulaskiCountyNews@gmail.com. Again, that is Pulaski, Pulaski, Pulaski County News @gmail.com. Now, for the folks that were submitting the Arkansas photo for the videos, that email address is Natural State Transparency, all one word, it can be lowercase, @gmail.com. You can send your correspondences to that Pulaski County News @gmail.com if you choose to, or you can send it to Natural State Transparency @gmail.com. Either way, I'm going to get it. And I check both of them daily. So feel free to hit me up. back to you. Oh, I've had a lot of people hit me up this week about the Fayetteville pursuit. I bet that's the one. Well, I can just tell you this too. Everybody has their personal opinions about why, and they're not always wrong, but it's just that I've noticed that this newer generation seems to be devoid of consequence. And I can't group all the young members in one and say that they're all that way, but there is a very distinct amount of youngins, as I call them. You know, these folks that are 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and they are just devoid of all empathy. They're just, they don't care about consequences. It's the most sad thing to watch. If you watch these pursuit videos, you'll see it every week. It's not even an issue of if you'll see it. It's a guarantee you're going to see it. Just continue to watch the pursuits every week. See who they arrest. Sometimes the only thing that they're sorry about is getting caught. It has nothing to do with that they feel remorse, and they don't give a damn about who they put in jeopardy. They could care less. They just didn't want to go to jail. Somehow these young'uns have been emboldened to feel that way, and that just needs to stop. Whatever the source of that is, they need to nip that in the bud. You know, some have said it's video games, some have said it's social media. Who knows? The truth lies within all of that. But regardless of that, it's more and more and more of a problem. I have a controversial view that I don't think is a mainstream view. I'll be one willing to share it with you too. I really am in favor of considering to reduce the age, where you're in the juvenile justice system, and until you're 18, you're in the juvenile justice system. I mean, I'd be the first one to make a motion right now to say that, if you're 16, you're good to go. Not 18, 16. It's by 16, you know right and wrong, for sure. That 2 years difference, it's amazing to me how many 15 and 16-year-olds are just in and out of the system constantly. They're out here stealing cars, robbing people, breaking into your carport or your storage shed at night and taking all your crap out of it. Opening up your car doors and taking your guns out of your car, which is stupid that you would even have a gun in your car and not lock the door anyway, but regardless of that, a lot of these youngsters, they get caught, and it's just a revolving door. Juvenile justice system, in and out, in and out. No accountability. Nothing sticks. So, I'd like to see them reduce the age of, to say that you're an adult at 16 instead of 18, because a lot of youngins nowadays are adults at 16. I hate to break it to you folks, this is not the age of innocence. 16 is no longer the age of innocence. Please do not think your 16-year-old is still innocent. They are not. They are not. I had an experience recently with a 17-year-old who already had a drinking problem and was an alcoholic. That was already an alcoholic at 17 and had been drinking for 5 years. So, and I just feel bad for the military all the way around. I have opinions about that too. Now, I was not in the service, so I cannot claim that I was a military member. However, I will tell you that both of my grandfathers, my own father, and my grandmother were in the military. My grandmother was an Army nurse. She became an RN and became an Army nurse. My grandfather was a airman in the Air Force. I don't know what his rank was, my one grandfather. My second grandfather, on my dad's side, retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. My dad was in the military. He worked with the Titan II missile program in the 70s. And I bring that up because the military runs in my family. Though I did not join, that doesn't mean I don't have admiration for the ones that did. And I'm grateful for their service, for sure. I've got several friends that were military members that are no longer active. But I don't like the term woke. I think that's annoying. I'm not going to say you can't use that term. You have free speech. You can say anything you want. I don't like calling anybody woke. I think that's silly to even use that word like that. But I'm not going to call it the woke military. I'm not going to say that. I have concerns, though, that the military is not training our troops to the same caliber that they used to back then compared to now. So I do have some concerns about that. That's just my personal thing about woke. You know, I just think it's silly. I don't think just because somebody has a differing opinion that makes them woke. I think woke gets thrown around a little too much. No, it's obviously not the same as it used to be. And, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to be very careful and tread very lightly on this next statement because I don't want to have a political conversation. I make this very clear on my page that we are apolitical, meaning that I do not take a side and I'm not going to render an opinion about politics because it really has no place on my channel. What you witness is police interactions. That's not political. And everybody has an opinion, and we all know that. And so it doesn't make a damn what I say. You're going to believe what you believe anyway. I mean, just being honest. So, with that said, be very careful about how I say this next thing because I'm not trying to engage in a political discussion about it, but I had found myself greatly offended by the actions taken by Senator Tuberville in relation to military promotions. Again, I'm not trying to have a political conversation. This is not bashing one side or the other. I'm talking about the character of the man that is the Senator, Tommy Tuberville, who denied military promotions for all of this last year and greatly affected the military by his decisions to do such. I guess the issue that I have so much issue with is the fact that directly affected the lives of the military members who were caught in limbo between that, whatever that was, that stunt, because in my opinion it was an attention getter, it was a stunt, and it was a costly affair at that. And the ramifications for all of that. You know, if we're going to talk about young people right now and talk about how they lack respect and they don't do what we all had to do to you know, when we were younger, we all had to work, you know, and do what we had to do. And a lot of these youngsters, you're already at a disadvantage now. Recruiting is down in the military. It's undeniable. Ask any military member that you know, how is recruitment right now? And they will all tell you that the numbers are down. The young folks don't want to join the military anymore. So what makes it even worse is to have somebody like denying the promotions. We'll leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. I don't want to make this political. Let's get out of this topic. I didn't even really mean to go down that's a rabbit hole. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I'll just leave it at that. So for the ones that want to know where I'm at, I have crossed into Lawrence County, and I currently live in the northeast section of Arkansas. I live in Lawrence County, so I'm in my home county now, and I'll be home within 10 minutes. So I appreciate you riding back with me and keeping me company all the way from West Memphis. Still 93 of y'all in the chat. For it being 4:30 in the morning, that's pretty good numbers. Let me tell you what wasn't around, but that is around now, and it's shocking to me. And you know, I'm not going to render much of an opinion about this, but it's the fact that young folks nowadays can join OnlyFans and make $100,000 a year if they choose to, and you know. The working from home capabilities nowadays are just beyond. You get it, like, do what I'm doing, start a YouTube channel that people want to watch, and all of a sudden you can make a living doing that. Doesn't have to be OnlyFans, you can just do YouTube. What drew me to Walnut Ridge? Well, that's okay, let's talk about that. So when I worked for the state police, I was a civilian. I worked in executive protection. That was what I was hired to do as a security officer at the governor's mansion. I was one of 6 civilians that had that position. And as a civilian security officer at the governor's mansion, under the umbrella of the state police, it required us to have a part-time 2 certification, which means that you have the same equivalency as a reserve officer or a part-time officer who's been to the academy. So state police didn't have a troop school going, or they would have plugged me in on it. They plugged me in Pocahontas at the LEDA, Law Enforcement Training Academy, that's located at the Black River Technical College. And they plugged me in so that I could get my 121-hour certification. This was way back in 2007, and that's a lot of detailed technical information about it. But basically what it meant is that I got to travel from Central to Northeast to attend this academy over the course of 13 weeks. And that was how I became familiar with this part of the state, because prior to that experience, I had been to Jonesboro, Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge, nothing up here. I'd never been up here. There was no reason for me to come up here. So it spawned from my employment with the state police. Now, I didn't have to attend all day, every day. Remember, I had 121 hours. That's all I needed to get. The rest of the folks going through the full academy had to get 580 hours. So, as you can well guess, I might only have one class during the day that I had to attend. And then when it was time for the class to be over, everybody else could be having to go to their next class, and I could go drive around. And that's exactly what I did, because I had nothing else to do. So I started learning the Northeast because I was driving around in the Northeast, bored, looking around. So fast forward 15 years later to modern time 8 months ago, and Little Rock is just, if you've lived in Little Rock for any amount of time, you see it, and you see the writing on the wall in Little Rock. It's become a bad place. It's been mismanaged. I don't agree with the city council or the mayor at all. I have some very strong beliefs about the mayor and the city council. We're not going to make this political. So, because I disagree with the mayor and the city council so strongly about how they've taken Little Rock and the direction that they've taken it, on top of the fact that I make these police pursuit videos, and I literally lived on some of the same streets that you saw the police pursuits every single week, well, it gets you to thinking, I don't want to be on the same street as one of these morons that pass me at 130 miles an hour and sideswipe me and kill me because they're fleeing the police. It just starts to wear on you when you do the videos and you see the same outcome every single week in the areas you live. So, lastly, there was another reason why I picked Walnut Ridge. Not only was I exposed to it from Police Academy and just the fact that I was wanting to get out of Little Rock so bad, but it has an Amtrak station. And it is the only town in Arkansas in the Northeast that has an Amtrak. So in other words, there's only 6 stations in the state, and Walnut Ridge is one of the 6 Amtrak stations. It's Walnut Ridge, Little Rock, Malvern, Arkadelphia, Hope, and Texarkana. Those are the 6 cities that have an Amtrak station. So we have the Texas Eagle service that comes from Chicago to San Antonio daily. And the Amtrak train crosses Arkansas in the middle of the night, going both directions. So I'm an Amtrak train fanatic. I love taking Amtrak as even a vacation. I take Amtrak just across the country on train and call that a vacation. I love it, and it's fun, and if you've never done it before, you should consider doing that. You might be more pleasantly surprised than you ever thought by doing that. So anyway, yeah, I picked Walnut Ridge because it's got a train station, and I thought, well, hey, you know what? I still got business in Little Rock, and it's 120 miles from Little Rock to Walnut Ridge, so you know what I could do? I could commute to Walnut Ridge on the train in Little Rock when I needed to. And I haven't really had to do that much, because what I've discovered was that I didn't have to be in Little Rock near as much as I thought I would need to be. So, as it turns out, I'm not a train commuter like I thought I was going to be, but I still take the train any opportunity I can. So, that's why we're in Walnut Ridge. It's cheaper here, it's safer here, it's smaller. They've got a train station. So as you can see, there's the sign right there for Amtrak Walnut Ridge. And this is their train station right here. I love Amtrak. So So that's why that is why I picked Walnut Ridge. Now, to be fair, I don't know how much longer I'm going to live up here, though. I might come back. You know, I said at first I was only going to do a year here and then figure out if this is where I wanted to stay or not. So, I still have a few more months to figure all that out. But I will tell you this, and this is a major thing to think about, especially for people that are dependent upon public transportation. And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm a major proponent of public transportation. I've always been that way. My mother made sure that I rode buses when I was a kid. I clearly remember the influence of taking public transit. And I will tell you that, you know, Arkansas lost its Greyhound service for the most, or Little Rock did rather. Now, there's a couple of places you can still catch a Greyhound bus in Arkansas, but it is not Little Rock, North Little Rock. It's nowhere in Pulaski County, which is the most heavily populated county in the state, and it's the capital city on top of that. We lost our Greyhound service, and we're on I-30. That's a major artery to Dallas and Fort Worth. What do you mean we lost our Greyhound service? That logically makes no sense at all. But we did. So people now don't have that option. And that's unfortunate, but also at the same time, I hope people will remind themselves, oh yeah, we have a train that comes once a day. It comes in the middle of the night, but we have a train. Let's take the train. I'm hoping that by us losing Greyhound, that helps bring a little bit more business to Amtrak and make the Texas Eagle line that goes through Arkansas a little bit more relevant for Arkansans. It's just frustrating. Not everybody has a car. And not everybody should be expected to have a car. We live in a great country. We should have viable transportation options for folks. I see a Lawrence County deputy, or is that a Walnut Ridge city officer in the Durango? There's not a lot that happens at 4 o'clock in the morning in Walnut Ridge, though, I will tell you that. It looks like that's the local sheriff. Well, thank y'all for riding with me. I'm about tapped out. I've been live now since like 11 o'clock. And it's almost 5 a.m. So it has been fun. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I wish each and every one of you an amazing new year. Take a moment to pat yourself on the back and say, hey, you made it, you know? And for the ones that are out there that are alone and you don't have anybody else, well, you didn't have to be alone tonight. You got to join me and us in the group chat. So, in essence, you weren't alone tonight. And I hope that if we made your night a little brighter, well, that's a good thing. Let's focus on being kinder to each other in 2024. Now, I'm not saying you need to go hug a tree. I didn't say that. Just focus on being a little kinder to each other. Maybe take an extra second before you go in with both guns blazing this year. Make that a resolve, right? Let's work on that. And NST will be here for you this year. I'm not going anywhere. I'm probably going to do more of these lives, and I'll likely show you every corner of Arkansas if you'll let me. So take care of each other and take care of yourself, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for hanging out. What happened to my chat? Did it go away? Well, I somehow lost my chat. I was going to read y'all's final comments, but I don't know what happened there. Oh, there they go. Okay, there we go. Let me catch a couple of your comments before I sign all the way off. Hang on, I'll pull into my local grocery store. Oh, Hayes. This seems like an appropriate place to sign off. The Hayes grocery store, they've got some really good ribs at their deli. They have great fried chicken here too. That's something else. They have better fried chicken at this grocery store than KFC. I put that on everything. So let me read a couple of your comments. Well, thank y'all. And yeah, everybody's saying goodnight. That's cool. Yeah, thank y'all. What up, South Ark Weather? You're coming in as I'm signing off. You're coming in as I'm signing off. But yeah, we've been live now for hours. So, went to West Memphis. That was fun. Went to Memphis for a little bit. Now we're home. Well, all right, good people. Have a good night and take good care of yourself and be kinder to others, and have a great 2024. We'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. Keep watching. See you soon. Later.